not looking at the stage, but I think we should be. Think we should be good. All right, guys. Let's get into new music first. Let's open up with new music. What's We have a couple records that dropped this past week. Okay. First one on the, or first major drop really, is Simi's album. We got to talk about it a little bit, but I guess we can get into it more. It's called Lost and Found. Um, and I don't know how many people have heard it yet. That's the first question to kick off. How many people have heard it? Do we have that many Simi fans?
I feel bad. I'm not that biggest. I'm not a fan. Um, I'm not a fan. I'm sorry.
Guys, please send requests. Anyone that has listened to Simi. You can't tell me no one else has listened to Simi here.
I saw that there's a song on there with Ladipo. I
Yes,
was
there
like,
is.
That is a nice song.
okay, I'll
Yes,
listen to that.
there is a song.
It's like part two of like their hit song.
Yeah. Overall, like, it's not her greatest, to be honest. But I think it's a very, like, solid listen if you've grown or paid attention to Simi's discography. I think she's tried to strike a balance between every, like, her R&B, her juju, her Afropop efforts. She tried to rekindle some magical moments in her career. One of them essentially is the link up with Fowles, which we saw as a single. Another one was the moment with Ladipo, and we're also seeing a Chief Ebenezer Obey sample towards the end, and he's even featured on it as well. So those were like three different, like, peaks for Simi, with the exception to, like, Do the Care, really, that you can tell an intended effort to recreate. So a lot of that just seemed like not necessarily forward thinking, as you love her project to. I personally would have loved for a project to feel. It doesn't really show too much evolution, but I think it still makes for a decent listen regardless. Simi is a unique vocalist. There's no one else that sounds like her, so you're always going to get that level of, like, thrill and excitement from her vocals normally. And her songwriting too is very, very witty and sometimes, like, cheeky and a little bit of satire here and there. So I think it's interesting regardless. Any other, I guess, thoughts or opinions on this one before we check out our other drops this week? Dante, yes, I know Dante has heard it. You were talking about the Loj moment.
Yeah, I said I liked it and I wanted more of Luigi sounding like that.
Okay. And that's everything from the album, or
Well,
did you take
it's
anything else from
to
it?
me. I was gonna ask you what adjective you used to describe the album. It's not like it's a bad album. I think Pixel wants to come up.
Pixel wants to come up. I'm not seeing anyone. Oh
He's
shoot.
not requesting. There's no request.
I'm not seeing any
Uh,
requests here.
Oh wait, to be fair, we
Shout out
can't.
to YouTube fam, people on YouTube, Aaron. I know that might be coming soon.
Oh, I know what's happening. We can't
What's
see the
happening?
requests because Afrobeats to the world is the host. That's why.
Right. Oh my goodness, yes. And I haven't given anybody co-host. Look at me. Ha, so
You didn't give
brilliant.
yourself co-host.
So brilliant, man.
So you can't see anything.
I've been doing this for how many weeks? But anyway, this setup is interesting. Don't worry. The days where we'll have another hand on the technical end for Afrobeats to the world. Don't worry, that day is coming. In Jesus' name. So everybody say amen.
Amen, amen, amen.
All right. Give me a second while I fix this nonsense.
Because I was like, I can't see anybody. And then I was like, no, you can't see anybody because you're not meant to see anybody. Because if it was left to me, if it was only me that's Emmanuel left on this stage, you people know that I have not listened to Simi's album. You already know that.
Back like I never left. Back like I never left. That's Min's verse. Anyway.
Means hasn't given a date for his album. That's another
Sorry, say
anticipation.
it again.
I said Means hasn't dropped the date for his album.
Yeah, he has not.
And all the songs he's dropping is not even like the best one on the album yet. Left to me. I
Yeah.
just wish we just dropped that particular song, to be honest. The one with Trilo.
Yeah. I think it sees that one, right?
It did.
Okay. Anyway, let's get back into new music conversation. We had the Simi album. Any other thoughts on it? Now that we actually have speakers. Sorry, guys. People requested. It was crazy. So many people requesting, and I was just there like, what's happening? But anyway, shout out to you guys for being patient. I have not Mr. Facts and Data here, man. Yeah, this guy's gonna make my day. Watch. This guy's gonna make my day. Yeah, man. Mr. Facts, welcome back. It's been a minute. How about you now?
Emmanuel. This politics life where you don't choose to follow. How you doing, my brother? How you doing? I come in peace. No problem. I did fight. I agree to now.
Yeah, man. Welcome back, bro. I don't know. Have you heard it, the Simi album? Not that we're still on it.
Is Simi an artist still?
God.
This is thinking.
Oh my God,
Are you people? See, Mr.
Don't
Facts.
do that, no.
Mr.
So we
Facts,
should just
man.
focus on the husband, Jerry, I beg.
Ah!
She's good, but come on now. We gotta be honest with ourselves. I didn't even know, not until I got here, I know Simi is doing something. I swear to God.
Oh my goodness, bro.
But I didn't get to your space.
Anyway. Anybody else that has heard this Simi album? Because, bro, what the fuck, man?
It's interesting.
I
Emmanuel is
respect
asking
them.
I
stuff.
didn't even know she dropped.
No.
Emmanuel, this is what you wanted.
I'm not shocked. I mean, there was
No,
no heralding excitement going into the album. There wasn't. You know, the rollout wasn't the greatest. And I literally opened the live stream when I was reviewing it with that. A lot of people didn't know that the album was dropping. And
The only thing I knew about the album was that the cover reminded me of the Faust cover for that thing that he did.
No, it did not.
That's what it reminded me
Belema,
of.
no, it did not remind you of the Fowls Bekele cover. There's no way that reminded you of that.
It was giving Aladdin and Jasmine, you know.
No, but
With-
she lost
Faust
and
is
found.
the genie.
It was
Faust is the genie.
It was Disney themed, you know.
And now, so Aladdin and Jasmine with Faust. Is that not Disney? I beg you.
Damn. All right, so I can't even talk about the Simi album with people. Is that what you people are telling me today?
Okay.
Come back
Pixel.
next week.
Pixel, did you listen
Wait,
to the
to
album?
be honest, when they dropped the album yet, or they're still on promo?
It's
Ah.
dropped. It's dropped, bro.
Oh, when? Be honest.
Last Friday.
Last week Friday.
Yeah.
Wow.
If I'm being
You saying
honest,
it like that?
if I'm being honest, she shouldn't have dropped then because everyone has been talking about Davido's matters, so no one's really been
It
concentrating.
really
on
was a slow week of drops. So she was the biggest profile of the drop, really. And that says a lot about the week that we had. So I would say, yeah, it was a good week for her to drop. The only issue is that there was zero anticipation, right?
I listened to the album, by the way.
Okay,
Tease
hi
baby.
Tizzy baby.
Thank you.
What did you think about the album?
First of all, I'm disappointed in everybody.
Oh wow, yeah.
Because AG Baby was on his Snapchat promoting that shit
Yeah, man.
all day, all week, you know.
They're trying,
And
man.
The first question I have for you, Tizzy babies, as you see me, so when do you think was the last time I opened Snapchat?
eh,
Hello,
I don't know.
I didn't even peep that you said Snapchat.
Yes,
bro.
now Snapchat.
Even
You
me,
don't
I
use
don't see
Snapchat.
him, bro. In 2024?
Yo, chill.
Is she
AG
signed to
baby.
any label?
No, she's independent.
No wonder.
That's part of it too, right?
No wonder then.
Well, she has a distro deal with AWOL, but I don't know if it's a distro thing, but it's exclusive license to AWOL. I'm seeing here, but she runs her own label. Fun fact: Adekunle Gold and Simi have separate like label structures. But yeah, in terms of like, that shouldn't be a fun fact. Anyway, never mind.
They are separate artists.
Never mind.
Badwa.
Never mind.
Badwa.
Her label is called Studio Brat. And Adekunle Gold is called Afro Urban. Anyway, sorry, who was
Emmanuel,
talking? Tease baby.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it is, baby. So,
Sorry, Pixel will get to you. All right, that's a tease baby.
Okay. Well, I do not have a lot to say about it. I only listened to it once, and I don't like talking a lot about albums when I listen to them once, because they
Right.
grow on it. Afro farming or something.
Agriculture.
But anyway, the first two songs I really liked them. I remember liking them a lot. The first two songs, and the one with Bella Shmurda.
Yes.
I wasn't a fan of it, really, but
Really?
maybe on second listen, I liked Simi's part, but I wasn't sure about how Bella Shmurda.
See, there's something about Bella's features in general. I feel like, cause he has a very distinct like voice too,
Yeah,
and I feel he brings a lot of contrast to whoever is next to. Like he always brings some contrast with whoever is next to, and it always makes for like a dynamic song. And I just welcome a Bella like feature anytime. Like the one with Odusi, even the one with Victor AD. There was another one with
Doesn't he have
J.O.
that in Bloody?
Yeah, he has a bloody one too. Well, I'm saying in terms of his features, per se, like everyone is next to. There's always a stark difference with them, and it always like he doesn't need to do too much. In this particular Simi record, the song is very airy, and it's probably the most progressive sound on this entire album.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most like, oh, Simi went there, and that was the like, yeah. I think for me it was a high point in the album. I enjoyed that one.
Shout out to you, man. But then the
Well, sorry, can I say quickly? Simi's not gonna like that opinion because she doesn't like when people only appreciate her music when she's featured with men.
Oh,
That's
God.
what she said.
Oh my God.
Can we end that conversation?
Well, the Know You record, the other one.
Know You Part 2.
The Know You Part 2. It just seemed like they were trying to recreate Know You Part 1.
Yep.
And I usually have a problem with it.
So sorry.
What?
So sorry. So the song with Ladipo is actually a Know You Part 2.
Is a Know You Part 2.
Yeah.
So they continue.
Stop
They continue the story.
Stop it.
They
Because
continue the
when I
storyline.
saw the feature, I actually thought, don't these people trying to do part 2? I
No,
didn't think that was actually what it was.
No, it was actual part 2 of the story about.
Now, even
the sound, it sounds like a continuation.
even the hook was like, now that I know you.
Now that I know you, yeah.
I know you people are lying.
No, that's actually the song, and it's supposed to feel like the people that were falling in love in the first part are kind of drifting apart in this song.
Yeah, it's usually sequels are not that great. That's the problem with the song. I don't think it was a bad song, but it's like in my head I was comparing
it too much. Yeah.
And that was the same issue because I was here when you guys were talking about Victoria's album. That was the same issue Kolopa 2 had, because you guys were comparing it to Kolopa 1.
Yeah.
I don't think
it was a terrible song. It was just like, it reminds me too much of one. I don't think it.
Well, actually, to be fair to Victoni, Kolopa 2 sounds nothing like Kolopa 1.
Exactly.
Right? It's
That's
just that the idea of him dumbing down the hook. The hook just sounded too silly for me to take serious, really. But again, not to take away from what we're talking about, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much all I have to say about the album. It wasn't a bad album for sure. I don't think I listened to any song and thought skip or trash. No, it was just, it's a Simi song. Simi is just an artist that makes good music. I mean, it might not be everybody's cup of tea, but
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't something I was like blown away by. Oh my god,
Yeah.
best album.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad overall. It was good.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Okay.
What's a lie? What part of it's a lie?
Magnificent.
You people are talking about Simia. You do not invite me up
Okay,
here.
wait. Before you go, we have
You
Pixel,
don't
yeah?
know
Wait, before you go, you need to hear from Pixel. I want to hear from Magnificent. Don't worry, you get your floor.
The funny thing here is that can you guys hear me?
Please. Okay, first question. Pixel, did you hear the album?
I know you will bring this agenda. You just want to bring
I
this
needed to
agenda
ask.
to-
You just need to
No,
check.
no, I'm not like no. I'm to be honest, I've not.
Okay,
listened to it.
so-
And,
Okay,
why?
so
Why?
what do you want to
Why
say?
even? Wait, chill down. Yeah. chill. To be very honest, right? I wanted to first say that you should bring on Magnificent because it was on
Got
the
you.
listeners section, and I was like, oh, he's a big lover of singing, and I would actually like to hear what
It's
you
not-
have to say. For
right.
me personally, listening to Simi as a guy just used weird, so I don't know.
I
don't
saw
know sometimes.
someone said that. I saw that tweet somewhere.
It
Someone
looks,
said,
just seems
listen,
gayish one way. I
why?
don't know, just
What the
weird, yeah.
fuck does that even? How does that make sense? Help me.
I know. I see. No offense to anybody. I'm so sorry. Like really, no offense to anybody, but it just seems weird. But I listened to this song with Logi
God.
because that was on New Music Friday, and it was a very, very, very good song. To be very honest and fair, hearing that song should give me the motivation to actually listen to the album because, to be very honest, that song was a very good song.
Yeah.
Though I really disagree with Dante with the production, like the mixing of Logi's voice. To be honest, that was the worst.
It was the
actually.
part,
And the transition.
Yeah.
It was very poor. The
Yeah.
transition between his voice and Simi's was very, very, very poor. So I don't know how Dante really saw it, but for me, I didn't like the transition. But the song itself is a very decent song. For me, I really want to listen to Magnificent's voice on this. Please don't bring the best album agenda this time.
what do you mean? What are you trying to say? Where was I? Simi released the best ever female album by a Nigerian in 2017. She took a 7-year break, allowing these youngins to try and catch up. And she came back and she was like,
Wait.
I guess I'm gonna have to do this thing by myself. And she came back and she's still their mother.
I'm sorry, she didn't take a 7-year break, my bro. She dropped 2 albums in between.
She took I don't count those. I'm not gonna
Wait,
count
what?
those two.
You are quite unserious.
Let's just pretend that those two does not exist. Please, let me
Wait, as
continue my
a Simi
agenda,
fan.
please.
Okay, sorry. Continue your agenda.
Let,
please.
let me continue my agenda, I beg. Okay. This album, I was actually anticipating because I've been seeing the promotion everywhere. I like this album a lot. I'm not even gonna lie, it's nothing close to Simisola or everything, but this album was really nice. I really like the fact that the what's the name of the song? The R&B Love, or is it R&B Love? Yeah, R&B Love.
R&B
I like the Romance Therapy, and I like the Give Me Your Baby or Bro Me Your Baby, the one with Fouls. It was very nice. Other than that, it's not the Simi I knew from Simisola. I mean, if we ignore those two she dropped in the middle, I'm going to say Simi has she's on the 3-album run now. And no one is catching up.
Listen, for God's
This
sake.
man taking away half the
Listen, for
discography,
God's
bro.
sake. How can you take
No,
away 2 songs and say she's on a 3-album run?
I'm taking away on Charlie Champagne and to be honest, I'm taking away those 2 albums.
So are you counting Chemistry?
Just to suit my agenda. Chemistry is 2016 before Simisola. So those are the 3-album run I'm talking about. That is Chemistry, Simisola, and this new one.
Taking away.
Interesting.
So you took away 2. You know what they call a run, right? You do know what is a run.
I said I'm trying to suit my agenda, please.
This one be like
agenda does not care about your stuff.
This one be like 100-meter hurdle.
But to be honest, this album is one of the this year so far. It's one of my favorite albums this year. I actually liked it. I would say it's in my top 5 this year, but I feel like Simi could have done better, and I think the rollout could have been better too.
Yep, that
Because
part.
I'm actually not surprised many people didn't know about the album
Yeah,
either,
yeah,
because it was looking like she didn't. It was like it was not a planned release or anything. But at
yeah,
the same time, it's Simi.
yeah.
She's probably the only female album maker in Nigeria right now. Let's see what Ira Star has to do, or let's see what things has to offer. But
Magnificent.
she's
Which kind
she's
of
the
thing
only.
is this?
Nah,
People should
it's
leave me
that's
alone.
his agenda now. Let him wear it.
She's the only female album maker in Nigeria right now. Who else? Is it Tiwa? We talk about Tiwa Savage. Who else? Which other female can you say is on has released this amount of album? I think she has the most. She has the most album in her discography for any female.
Nah, Tiwa should have more than her.
I
think
I
I think Tiwa
does
should
still.
have more.
I think
Actually,
she had, if you count, she
yeah,
had Ogaju. That's her first. Then
yeah.
Chemistry.
If you're counting Ogaju, then yeah.
Simisola 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. If you include the Simisola Deluxe, 7. I don't think Tiwa has up to 7 albums.
I think Tiwa has.
Does Tiwa have up to 7?
No, okay. So
Let me check.
Tiwa has Once Upon a Time. She has Red. She has
Yeah.
Celia. She has the EP. All or Nothing EP.
There's 1, 2,
Oh, Sugarcane EP.
3.
Sorry. And her recent soundtrack album.
She has just 3 albums.
5 actually. So 5 projects in general.
If you include EP,
Tiwa
that's 5.
also has Water and Gary.
Okay, yes, Watangari 6. I forgot
Oh, yeah.
Watangari. Anyway.
That's an EP too.
Yeah. Well, there's an EP and there's a soundtrack.
She released one of the best projects this year, and I'm actually happy. But I just thought a few things could have been better, and especially the rollout,
Yeah.
which I was not impressed by.
That's
Men
really a
Are
running
Crazy
point.
should not have been the
leading single. Yep. I agree
should not
too.
have been.
I agree too. It's not a great single material. It's nice for the album, as a concept, and it's not a great use of a Tiwa link. That's another topic for another day. But yeah, that was.
We're going to talk about what Candy Blick said about this female.
What did
the
Candy
fact that
Blick
no
say,
female
please?
has. She said, I think she said something on the podcast yesterday that no female has actually brought up any female in the industry or something like that.
We hear this a lot, as a point used against women, but I guess it's not. Like, they're not putting on the same trajectory as the guys where they can afford that. That's the only reason it's not shocking me that we've not seen another female artist to propel or bring up another female artist. I don't even think that should be everybody's like role to play. I don't think it's everyone's role to play to bring somebody else up. And again, the height has been Tiwa for so long, and even Tiwa has had her own struggles, so it's like, yeah, like it's a case of the landscape in which like men and women deal with. Some artists can afford that kind of exposure, but they find their own creative ways to support other acts as opposed to like signing, and because these people are looking for their own footing. Tiwa has not been quote unquote settled in a label structure, so she is not in any way, shape, or form in a place where she can like confidently bring somebody on board when she is still in her own like way finding her footing, especially as Afrobeats to the World is into the mix now. So yeah, like there's a lot of things that I don't expect every artist to play that role. I think you have to be a super mega star in order to afford that, in order to not like be able to like bring somebody else under your wing and spin that. But anyway, Sha, it's everybody get their own path, bro, at the end of the day. So that's what it is.
Thanks
Thanks, bro, for the submission on the Simi album. Any other thoughts on Simi album before we move to other releases? Somebody was saying because I made a face on YouTube when Magnificent said, Magnificent said he liked the "Borrow Me Your Baby" with Fowls. I do not like that song. I think it's a very it's not a good moment. Again, the running theme a lot for this album was Simi trying to recreate magic from the earlier points in her career, which I get that. I get why. Let me just do what has worked, but understanding she needs to understand that the ecosystem, or at least the landscape, is not where it was. There's a certain way songs like this now operate. It's very well segmented away from what quote unquote is hip now. Like a song like "Borrow Me Your Baby" just speaks to the Kiss Daniel crowd, you know, the civil servants, as people like to say. But I think it's a very, very simple record, but I don't think it lands a strong punch in today's landscape regardless. And there's already a segment of that market that eats music like that up, but I don't even think she has the strongest voice now in that space anymore, which is what she seems to be going back to, because she has had progressive efforts on her EPs, on her shorts, like R&B EPs. You see a lot of evolution there. You see a lot of like actual, like quote unquote experiments with her music. But on this particular album, you're not getting any of that. A lot of it is her going back to her previous sound, from Juju to songs like with the Fouls moments, Know You with Ladipo, you know. Yeah, I think it was all of that mostly that carried the album. But then again, there were some moments in the album that I still say like she's kind of moving things around. I would say like the song with Bella Shmurda, for me, I think Alafia, I think that's is easily the most progressive effort on this album. The song with Asha is sweet as well. But the hook wasn't the hook was still very much just oversimplified, and it just, the way she structures the hook sometimes, like it oversimplifies it, and it makes it a little too dumbed down, that it just becomes like, it seems rather juvenile than something you feel you want to like engage with. But anyway, man, I've said enough on this album. Any other thoughts before we move on?
Okay. So, Magnificent said something, or I guess people generally just said that, maybe because of the rollout wasn't so good and all that.
Yeah.
That's why it affected listeners from really listening and all that. And I don't know. I am of the opinion that I don't really think that's really the issue, because even if there was a proper rollout, or the PR is even there, I don't really think it's going to really change a lot of minds, because I don't know, in my opinion, I really feel like she's past her prime. It's not because of she drops bad projects or anything, but to be very honest, I feel like it's the same thing with Yemi Alade. There's nothing Yemi Alade can do in this life again. Like, she has lost the Nigerian audience, but she
Not
like
in this
let her.
life, bro.
I'm so sorry, but like, the Nigerian audience, she has lost it. There's really nothing more she can do, and I feel like it's the same thing with Simi. Like, for crying out loud, she sang with Tiwa Savage, that one way or the other, she still gets people talking about her and all that, but it did not really do much. So I really feel that whatever happened in this project is what would have happened even if she spent so much on the PR and all that. So that was just what I wanted to see.
Anyway, first two tracks kicked off the album good, but I definitely hear your point of her being past the prime. Of course, yes, she had a classic album, so I guess everyone's gonna compare it to a classic moment. But yeah, she opened up with a ballad, which was sweet, and then we got the Lil J record after that. Yeah, I think, we've already spoken about the Lil J song too, and the issues and the mixing end of things. But regardless, I think it's interesting. Everyone should definitely check it out to gauge their own thoughts on it, because I think there's only a select few of us that be able to talk about it. But anyway, we'll move on to other drops if there are no other thoughts on this one. Cool. All right. Also, we got a teaser into the world of Shodan Camp and the Cavemen. Okay, Shodan Camp Cavemen linking up for a project called No Love in Lagos. We got the first song, No Love in Lagos, and it features Insikak David Insikak on the guitars.
So actually,
Right.
it's a caveman SDC
And
Insicat
project.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
And
So it's all of them.
Spax is producing.
Spax is producing. Yeah. So Insicat is also a headline.
Oh yeah, I forgot we have best in SDC camp, or sorry, SDC stanship.
Funny.
Belema is here to correct every wrong. But Belema, you heard the song, right?
Yeah, I've heard it.
What are you saying? What are you feeling from?
I
What's the
mean-
camp saying?
It's Lagos love. It's the same old, same old. I'm expecting better on the album.
Okay.
So when the album drops, we'll see. But it was cute.
Yeah, I think it's a nice way to kick it off. This is exactly what I would have expected they would sound like. So it's everyone's pretty much playing their role, in the song, and it makes sense because Caveman obviously very rich in the vintage high life sound, and for SDC they've created a whole universe with the Palmine series, mixing high life and their hip hop chops as well on that project. So it all blends well. And I like the outro on it too. They got a little bit electronic and playful with the Caveman vocal samples there. Not a bad record to kick off the project. I'm looking forward to it. Ghost had one crazy line on his verse. I can't remember what it was, but there was some funny things you said.
Yeah. I think one of the things that I expect this project to be is just very funny.
Yeah.
Like a very, very funny project altogether. That's one of the things that I'm expecting to come out of this collaboration.
Nice. Looking forward to it. Anyone else heard it? Anyone feel like sharing any thoughts on it before we check out Budge and Odumudu?
I heard it. It's you have actually said it all. It's a
Dante,
very
go
calm
ahead.
record. There's nothing much.
Okay. All right. Budge linked up with Odumudu called Jabba. Any thoughts on that one? Has everyone heard it? That's the first question.
I've heard it, but was I paying attention to? Did it stick? Not really. It was okay. It was expected. It was what I expected.
True. And Rage produced this one. So Rage is definitely spreading his wings, man. In terms of like artists that he has worked with since the Timeless moment he had with Davido. So yeah, it was nice to see him in a Budge universe. I think it's my first time with Odumudu Black, perhaps, and it was interesting. Odumudu still kept it sane and palatable. He didn't go too crazy, dagger this, dagger that, but it was cool. It was a cool moment. Obviously, Budge is one of one for me, and it's a record that I can definitely spin. Anyway, any other?
Dante, you've had your hand up.
Yes, I don't know if
Oh,
Dante.
apologies. I haven't heard that record.
You need to unmute your mic for
Okay.
us to hear you.
All right, moving on.
Can you hear me?
Because I can't hear anything.
Wait, are you speaking right now?
I thought Dante was saying something, but I can't hear anything. He was trying to say something about SDC, and now he's trying to say something about Budge, but I can't hear anything.
Anyway, so we can check out. I don't know if Dante still wants to say something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can. I
Okay.
could always hear you, but anyway.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard those records. But speaking of new records, are you familiar with the new Soso remix?
The what so?
Omale Soso. There's a remix called
There's another one.
Joseph's. Yeah, it is not an official remix, but it's the
Okay.
best one. It is a new record. I don't know if people know about it or even if he knows about it, but I found it through a video of a random DJ playing it at the pyramids in Egypt.
Are you sure it's So or Holy Ghost?
It is so.
Okay, I'm just
It's,
checking
it's like
his official page now on my latest
it's
official
not
page.
there. It's not there.
Okay.
It's only on SoundCloud.
Yeah, share the link in the chat, maybe.
Uh,
Okay. But I see that there's a Holy Ghost remix that just dropped literally yesterday, apparently. With a Jose Borges, another DJ and producer there. In terms of new music, Odile. Anyone listen to Odile's EP? Is Pepper here? Okay, it's Pepper. Pepper is
This
not
is the
here.
one that I wanted to say
Finally.
something.
So everybody just decide.
So this is the one that I
Hold
wanted to
on,
say something. I
hold
just
on,
want
please.
to say that I
Mike.
don't care. I don't care.
Yeah,
Mike,
Alpha.
sorry,
Mike, Alpha
sorry,
now.
I just
sorry.
want to confirm something before you go on.
Yeah.
The OD guy, she no being be that son we get so. She nine
Wait, sing them again.
that so that TikTok sound. Is it the one?
There's a TikTok sound that has that he has a few TikTok viral
he's the
songs,
one. He's the one. He's the one.
but
Is the one Abby?
Yeah.
maybe
Because
it's the Yarden version you might be thinking about.
No, there's
No,
this
he's not.
one.
He's talking about his song on the new project.
Oh, okay, the so
The
song
song is on the
on the
project.
track too. Yeah. That's crazy. The
yeah, no.
TikTok has picked it up that much. That's crazy.
So sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I said this is the one that I will talk about that you people
Okay.
will not like me.
Oh, you not like you. We will not like you.
I don't like that project.
Sorry.
I
You be the
don't
OD, so.
wait. Let me finish.
Okay, let Velema drop a hot take, man.
Because I know you people are big Odile fans, and I really like Odile a lot. I really think he's a great musician. But you see that project, I'm not listening to it again. Oh God, I'm tired and I'm done.
You're tired?
Yes.
You're not listening to so.
Is tired the word? I'm refreshing my memory on it, and I enjoyed the EP because this is the most, like, I guess, dance or house elements he has brought into his R&B universe, you know. So yeah, I enjoyed it for that, and production was clean. It was adventurous, it was dynamic, it was kind of like, you can tell that someone was obviously challenging themselves on these records, and to be honest, he kind of came through with his amapiano or house chops there on songs like So and On Ome. The last one is my favorite, Free Me. That's my favorite record on that one. But anyway, but this is like Velema doesn't like to like I guess a little bit more turned version of Odile. It's more the mellow R&B Odile that you like, I'm guessing.
Yeah, probably.
Fair enough. Anyway, any other thoughts, Pixar? It feels like you were happy to speak on this one.
Yes. Funny enough, I just got to know Odile this year. The very first track that I really liked of him
How
was
did you
the
hear of
one
Odile, by the way? I'm curious. Like, what song or what, or
New
where or what
Music
medium?
Friday. To be very honest,
Okay.
New Music Friday. That's where I get connected with so many artists. So yeah, it was New Music Friday. The one with Jules, Hold You Down. Yeah, I
And
really
that's
loved
doing
that song.
madness right now. Yeah.
I really loved that song. I was like, wow.
That's a good
So
song.
this is the audio people
That's
are
a
talking
very
about.
good
Okay.
song.
Then like Mike said on TikTok, the social song is running wild. Plus the very lovely dance move they attached to it. It's really nice. So
I need
I
to
was
see
already
this dance.
you have to see it. It's very vibey and very, very calm, and it's very, very nice. So I was like, okay, I really like how this so sound is, how it's sounding. So Okay, he dropped the album, and I was like, I'm sorry, the EP. I was like, "Ah, wow, this is actually dope. Like, this is actually dope." And like you said, the so song and the last song, the free, is it Free Me or what's the
Free
name of
Me, yeah.
the song again? Free Me, yes. Those two were the ones that really stood out for me. The others, they were very, very calm, but so and Free Me, both of them were very outstanding. So especially Free Me, like he was moving in dimensions. Like the
Yeah.
song just progressed to be better. Like every line just became better. The progression of the instrumental became better. His flows, the melody, it's a very, very decent one. At least for someone who just started to really listen to him, he's really a dope artist. Yeah,
Nice.
he's really dope.
That's dope. That's dope. That's dope. That's beautiful to see, man. Any other thoughts on Odeo? Free Me is my record, but definitely holding on to that one. All right. In terms of other releases, speaking of R&B, we got King Maddie dropping a deluxe version of her EP. I think she just added 2 songs, or 3 essentially, if we're counting the Chloe remix, but we've already heard that one. So yeah, we got 2 songs. One with Kiss Daniel called You Believe in Love, and then we have another one called Sins for You. Anyone pay attention to King Maddie? Wow. I can hear the wind in the space, bro. It's very loud. So nobody even cared for new music like King Maddie, man. Okay, so people don't support women is what I'm getting.
It's not even
Got
that.
it.
I don't even know that she dropped. No, Emmanuel, I don't even think it's that.
Fair.
I didn't know that she dropped.
It's fair. She dropped the song Kiss Daniel. I think that should have pretty much excited people.
Have you ever seen me looking for Kiss Daniel?
Oh yeah, sorry, Belema. Belema is not one to go out and seek for Kiss Daniel. So I hear it. I like the record with Kiss Daniel. It's just that I wouldn't subscribe to that soundscape for both of them. I like King Maddie and his sound, very R&B rooted. It's dope. It's fire. Okay, I think the cross promotion of features, especially with the weights like Kiss Daniel, ought to see her shift or kind of take a page out of his book, essentially, when it comes to being more rooted in the Nigerian lingo, or even if it's to have some traditional instrumentation, just something a little bit more Kiss Daniel-esque. Because this felt like a Kiss Daniel deep cut. You know what I mean? When Kiss Daniel gets into his R&B bag, like it's a deep cut, essentially. Like you can find it somewhere in the Kiss Daniel album, but you would never see it as a Kiss Daniel single. And I felt like it's a Kiss Daniel single you're going in with. Like, definitely give it a Kiss Daniel single, like, appearance. You know what I mean? The song is very, very, like, it's very, very R&B. It's very, very slowed down, and yeah, she's definitely, like, she sounds amazing on this as ever. And Kiss Daniel's verse was, I didn't think it was appropriate for a song with King Mighty. It sounded a little too mature, because when you're linking up with such a young artist that has a very young audience, I don't know, man. I just thought like you would clean up some of your lyrics a little bit. And I like what Buju did with her on Ole, because it was very, very like, yeah, it's for the demographic of a King Madi listenership. And for those that don't know, like, she just turned 18, so she's very young. She has a very young like audience going for her as well. And it made sense when Benson was like, you know what I mean, it kept it cute. But because Daniel, man, he channeled his little Odumodu and went in. Like, he went in. But it's still a good verse. Like, because Daniel smoked it, don't get me wrong. I'm just being nitpicky and joking about his choice of words. But yeah, it was very, very graphic and at the same time interesting. But yeah, it was a good record. It's definitely it fits in the world of King Maddie's EP. So I'm not mad at it. It makes for a cohesive listen. I just would have loved for this to be an opportunity for King Maddie to, like, you know what I mean, switch it up a little bit, add some, you know what I mean, some like Niger twang into it, and get that Kiss Daniel audience a little bit. But I don't think she's eating into a Kiss Daniel audience with the song, in my opinion. But any other thoughts on it? Anyone else share it? Or is it just me?
Can I
Yeah, I was
go?
going to say.
Oh yeah, I already checked. Nobody heard it. So we'll
I've
move on.
listened to it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, VJ. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah. Sorry. Good evening, Jerry.
Good evening.
Guys.
Good evening.
Yeah. This song is really amazing, though. I won't lie. I think that should be the number one song I picked from the deluxe. Is it EP or album? Self? I think it's an EP now.
Yeah.
But yeah, tell me. And for the Kiss Daniel part, I understand the fact you said you should have covered some part of the lyrics or anything. But I think the only part that I really felt like he went overboard was like the kiss on your lips and your labia too.
Yeah. That was the line. That was the exact line.
that was the only line I felt like.
Yeah.
But funny enough, that's the kind of the best line out of the whole.
You know, it's a fire line, bro.
It's a fire line, though.
But on the King Maddie song, it's just crazy, man.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's been a while for me. It's been a while I've heard Kiss Daniel sing like this. Like I heard him like Kiss Daniel went back to that. It was more like I was hearing Kiss Daniel of New Era or something. It was the voice, everything was just so different. It was not like all those baby shadow do.
Yeah, this R&B, Kiss Daniel.
This is not.
It's a deep cut. Yeah, it's a deep cut.
This is the Kiss Daniel me. I fell in love with. Not the one Pixel is falling in love with. You understand? So
damn.
I would understand why Belima is also not going to go and listen to Kiss Daniel songs. Assuming no be our fault now, you understand. But the song is amazing. It's really, really amazing. Kiss Daniel, like everything about Kiss Daniel on that song was 100%.
Yeah.
Like 100%. No, nothing more. Nice song, not bad.
Yeah, it's a great record. I know LT wanted to say something. I don't know if it's regarding this topic.
Yeah, it's regarding the song. I was initially surprised when I saw King Maddie featuring Kiss Daniel, because I was thinking like, what could they possibly put together? But it was actually nice. I just didn't expect Kiss Daniel to go back to like R&B, no bad songs type of Kiss Daniel, but it was good.
Nice.
Yeah. So I think, but I was kind of what I thought they were gonna do was like the Kiss Daniel atmosphere, which is like a party type of song.
I really want her in that atmosphere, man. I want to see King Maddie in that kind of space.
Yeah, because I don't think she's done that type of song yet. But I guess
yet.
there's too much time for it.
Yeah,
she might be able to do that in future.
Yeah, for sure. Nice, man. Appreciate that. I think that might be. Everyone hear the Ashake feature with Ashida?
Wait, now I wanted to talk.
We had still doing man.
Sorry. Everybody still wants to talk. Sorry. Wait, Taj is here. What's up?
Sorry, I was actually trying to come up. What am I saying? I tried to come up for.
It's Monday.
He wanted to talk about
Audio.
Audio.
Yeah. Wait, the Belma said she didn't like it. I caught it when I thought, okay, fair enough. Belma will be reviewing your rankings clearly. Yeah. So I think I think Audio has found a sweet spot between the R&B style that he has recently found. He has recently been delivering, and like, something that ties it back home, ties it back to I guess should I say Africa, because I do know that there's amapiano elements, and even a very unique way of arranging the amapiano records.
Yeah.
And then still having the Afrobeats lamba in it. So and for somebody who his audience is he's entering into that Melvito Gabsy area where it's a very diverse black audience, like a mixture of Africans, probably Caribbeans as well, people and all in the diaspora. So I think if he can find a way I think he has found a sonic that can tie everybody in. Because I think R&B appeals to some certain people, but he lost some certain people with R&B. But then again, the only thing is that before now he wasn't even as big. I feel like now there's been in the last year or year and a half, there's been I guess it's the success of coffee.
Yeah,
It's
Success
not
of
much people.
Coffee, Gaslight 101.
Yeah, so there's Gaslight 101. It's like you see coffee's Afrobeats and Gaslight 101 is basically R&B. So it's like where's that marriage between those two pockets? And I think Onome showed that, which is why this snippet was trending on TikTok. I think he can catch another one with the last record. That last record was actually written by Yimika.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Beautiful
Yimika,
stuff, man.
Yimika, and so and then Soso as well. Yes, I think this was a nice. It's that sweet spot he needs to just captivate. Because like I said, I think before there was a sharp left from what I, because like I said, the first project we did, which was um the one that kind of made a lot of people in the UK discover him. I think is the one with the 2448 Benzema. I forgot the name of that project now, but that project was very Afro swing like, but you can tell he was like an R&B person, and then he kind of just leaned into his R&B side, and then even doubled down off, went into that the project with is it You versus the World, or that project, which is very R&B heavy, and then Gaslight 101 again.
Yeah.
But then again, like I said, I think there's been a confusion on where exactly to go. But I
Yeah.
think with this project, he found a sweet spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then again, even the visuals, there's like a sweet spot in the visuals. It's you see the girls dressed in like African clothing, but
Yeah.
he's still being the R&B nigga. So I think yeah, they are slowly finding a way to just marry the two audiences, and
For sure.
he's about to be the next diaspora sensation, honestly.
Yep.
Easily he's about to be the next Gabsy on that. I know he's having a concert in Toronto, and I know he's about to be packed as
Yeah,
fuck.
it's gonna.
I know.
Yeah, I think it's
I
already
know.
sold out. I think
It is.
I think it is. I think. But I remember seeing something about it that was
Yeah, it's
surprising.
crazy. The guy, his journey is definitely his journey is going to be interesting. And then yes, for the Kiss Daniel and King Mali record, I love the Kiss Daniel verse. Until now that you mentioned the inappropriateness of the verse, I didn't really deep it like that. Honestly, I just was listening to music. I didn't deep that King Mali is, I don't know, young. So maybe
Yeah, it was
he could
talking
have.
about like eating labia and shit, bro.
Yeah, I didn't deep it. I just listened to the music, and you know, when you hear Kizania on this element, I mean, it's interesting that somebody said that this is old Kizania. This is not old Kizania.
Yeah,
This is the Kizania after people criticizing for being that Kizania, like being the Woju Kizania. Then he now showed us that, you know what, I have more depth to me. And then he did this on Rabba. He did this on a couple of other deep cuts in his elder projects.
Right.
But I mean, hearing these two verses in the past 2 weeks, this one and the Dealer verse,
yeah,
man. I mean,
that one's gonna be official soon, right? Do we know if it's going to be official?
I think he did it on his own ones, but I'm sure they would capitalize.
They have to. They definitely
have to. They have to get him on that.
That was a mad verse, man.
That was a sick ass verse, and it just shows you that the guy is he has the range. It's hard to explain to anybody that does not actively listen to Kiss Daniel.
You have to definitely go in. Like
yeah. If you don't go in, the last time we heard Kiss Daniel like this was on Addicted.
Yeah, Addicted. Even there were some moments too on the last album too as well.
But the last album nobody cares.
But Addicted to is definitely one of those.
Addicted, yeah. You could always find those pockets in his, like, oh my god, there's some records even on KOL, on No Bad Songs. You know, he always had, he has always had this. It's very hard to convince people because obviously he's playing his role as he has always done.
He's playing his role. That's exactly how to put it. He's playing his role.
He's playing his role. So it is what it is about. But then again, like I said, this is why I love Chris Daniel, man. He has the range, and if you listen to the projects, you get that.
Yeah, for sure. And the project for audio that you were referring to was Uvemba.
Yeah, November, yes. November, yeah. That's 2018. Oh my god. And if you listen to that project now, it sounds like something that can work now. It's 2020.
It looks like it's 2020, but you might be right though. There might be a late upload on streaming, but
yeah, it was a while ago. That was the first time. Yeah, and the music then still sounds fresh. I still play some songs off there.
Because it was SoundCloud. I remember listening to audio first.
Yeah, how did I find out about audio? I don't even know. I think it was during the period of just having the craze when them Young Bane and all these guys were all popping at some point, and I think I heard about some guy called Audio. Actually, KVY is the one that emphasized this for me because he KVY Audio used to work with this producer. I forgot his name right now. Everyone knows him, but yeah, I think that's when I started discovering the guy's music actually.
Right. For sure. Anyway, speaking of Odile and the visuals, I know you kind of hinted at the visuals. Did anyone see Jimmy Abdul's with the tweet about like
Is that news?
I don't know if it's news, but as soon as you brought it up with visuals, it just reminded me of it. It's kind of it's kind of hilarious.
Some niggas just have projects that they're trying to promote.
Yeah, man. I think it's pushing something. It's pushing something. But Jimmy Abdul's another artist that, hey, his trajectory is interesting. He had some motion. Very early on, around the time we're getting a Fireboy moment, like 2018 into 2019. There were a few singles that were very interesting. He has that range of Akis Daniel in a sense. Like he can play an R&B moment and he can give you some juju, some traditional songs. And for some reason, and I know some people around it, but I've never even gotten to the exact reason why. But he kind of took a step back and did not release for quite some time. Even though yes, he released, but he just half-assed the releases that he had. Everything just felt very loose. He didn't really engage his fans as much. So it was interesting that we've not gotten Jimmy Abdul's like properly for almost 6 years, and now he's coming up now with new material. I haven't heard it yet, but definitely want to tap in.
Yeah, I haven't heard it as well. I haven't heard it. I mean, it's tough. I think I don't know if he I know obviously he was a heavy Dre affiliate. I think his backings and his affiliations just didn't click for him.
He used to run his own.
I think he was just running his own thing, and who knows, man? Like maybe just the hunger, maybe life things happened, right? Like people like
that's more
life things also happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's like someone like there's someone like Flash, right? We talk about how Flash never turned out to be what he was meant to be, but and it's obvious that maybe there's just other things happening in the picture, and it's unfortunate.
For anyone
but this OP that he's reaching about, I think that should.
I think he's just trying to gain some noise, make some noise. Hey, I'm not gonna clown it, to be honest. For someone that has been like, for someone that knows where Jimmy Abdul used to be on the TL versus where he is now, like just in the rave of excitement when it comes to his material, like he was neck and neck with, I won't say neck and neck, but like he was in that same ballpark with Fireboy, Oxlade, Joe Boy Dems. He was in
the new crop of school.
It was a new crop of kids. Yeah. So anything that would wake people up is something, man. Call it bad, messy.
But then again, even the people that he was in their sets, like we already know how the soundscape is treating him. I don't even know how he wants to come up here right now.
I know. He's coming back at the worst time.
He doesn't even have the buzz, right? So But then again, obviously, there's other goals to making music. He might just be making music because.
And he's a producer too. If I remember, he's probably doing a lot of things in the back end of music all this while. Anyway, man, Jimmy Abdul's. Need to tap into the new drop. The song's called Braids. Yeah, I think that's what the song.
I think there's like I thought it was like an album or something.
I thought it was an album too. It's actually just a song.
Oh, okay.
It makes sense to come with just a song and make as much noise as he wants. But anyway, man.
What the tweets that he made? I didn't catch.
What did you say?
What was the tweet that he made? I think you guys alluded to some tweets.
Oh yeah, he alluded that Odile was taking inspiration from his visuals, which obviously like it was an obvious City of God reference from a movie that everyone has kind of played into. They're very, 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 very like common references that we saw, and they just happen to use the same inspiration, and that's what is making it look as if. And he knows Odile didn't check his stuff out. He knows he's actually just being playful, and
wait, do you think he's trying to like ride?
Yeah, he's just riling people up for conversation, and I don't think it's bad. I don't even think it's bad. I don't think it's that damning. I took it a little bit as a bit of trolling. Immediately as I saw it, I was like, "There's no way he's serious. He's definitely like, he's playing with people's emotions just to get people talking." And I see it, and it is what it is, but it is what it is. Let's see how much you can translate with that. Yeah, the beach scene is a classic from City of God. Yeah. Sorry, James. Yeah, we're talking about Jimmy Abdul's. Anyway, I think that's about it for new music. Is there any other drops that I'm missing that we didn't get into? Ricardo dropped a new song.
Did you speak about the Rema?
Oh yeah, I haven't heard the Rema song.
Okay.
But we can talk about it.
I mean, it's a Rema conversation. I don't know if you have like a Rema conversation.
No,
Every
we have
single-
an entire segment for Rema.
Okay, so we can just
So
wait.
we can actually, we can actually.
Or we can transition into it.
In order to do that, we need to go through top 10 first.
Okay.
So this week at top 10, Turntable just sent me something quick. Oh man, my predictions was very off. My predictions were very off this week. Anyway, at number 10, we don't have activity outside the top 10. At number 10, we have My Dealer. Okay, that's Omale and K-Style. At number 10 this week. Moving up to number 9. Shralabam remix. Dropping down 4 spots. Okay, at number 9 this week. Somebody was saying that it was probably going to come up. I was like, yeah, that's not likely. The song has already... I think the song has hit its peak. But anyway, that's number 9, Shralabam with Burna. And at number 8, we have Dealer with Iomaf and Fireboy dropping down 4 spots as well from last week. And at number 7, we have a debut. I wish I had the numbers on this one, but we have Hello Habibi. Okay, jumping 46 spots from last week. I'm guessing a few days of tracking. Hello Habibi by Olamide making it to number 7 this week. Number 6, we have Uptown Disco from Olamide as well, featuring Ashake and Fireboy. At number 6. At number 5, we have Wave. Wave by Ashake and Central C, dropping down 4 spots from last week's position. Moving up to number 4, we have Benin Boys, dropping down 3 spots from being number 1 last week. All right. And number 3, we have a song that I kind of predicted to be number 1, but it's at number 3 this week, which is Metaverse. 61 spots, moving up from last week. I'm very curious to see those numbers. So hopefully we get more detail from from TTC. And at number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we have Burnout with Higher. I completely forgot that was going to compete this week, so it makes sense. It's a debut at number 2. And at number 1, ladies and gentlemen, it should have been obvious, but now that I realize it, Ogechi remix. Okay, Ogechi remix featuring Davido is at number 1 this week. First time it's climbing to the number 1 spot. It's been teasing around for quite some time, but the Davido bump, I think, is alive and active on this one. So big congrats to Brown Jewels, Boy P, and HEIS for scoring their first number 1 on TTC this week. All right, any thoughts on this week's top 10? Any shocks?
Yeah, I'm very surprised
I'm not surprised.
by the number 1.
By number 1. Oh, like have you heard the song?
I've heard bits of it on like Instagram and stuff, but like I don't
Right.
think I've listened to the song fully.
True.
It's not a bad song, but I didn't think like, I don't know. It just felt like a throwaway song. I don't know. I didn't think it would go number 1, sure.
I've gone to 2 weddings this weekend, and I can tell you how many times it's been on replay.
Okay, it's a good
And
indication.
it's basically a wedding. I don't think people realize how dry the summer is, and unfortunately, like as Emmanuel has said, I can't pronounce that song name, Tralabab. That song,
Shralabam, yeah.
yeah, it was kind of like a spring about to approach summer, but there's bad weather. I'm only talking about UK anyways.
Fair.
And it hasn't it's still popping, but it's not like, you know, when it's reached its peak. So I feel like now there's literally a gap. Like there's actually, like, if anyone can tell me a summer song, like, I think unfortunately that is it. And because it's wedding season as well,
it's definitely wedding season.
it's wedding season, like it's being like literally replayed. And obviously Davido's wedding, I think they played that song 500 times in that wedding alone. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it's number one.
Should be obvious, honestly.
But I think after wedding season, it will definitely come off.
Yep, for sure. We'll see how it holds up. But yeah, I think it's a big number one. For Boy Spice, I said Boy Spice, Boy P, HEIS, and Brown Joe. Big moment for them. Any other thoughts on this week's top 10?
I more wanted to.
Sorry, LT.
See,
LT and then Taj. LT.
Yeah, I more was expecting like either the Rema drop, the Beanie Boys, or Ashake's new record. I thought that was gonna be. But like it's nice to see them in top 5, I think.
Yep.
And also like higher as number 2, which is nice, but it's what it is.
All right. Thank you. Taj, what are you saying?
Oh no, I was going to say that it's interesting that somebody said they didn't think Ogechi would be number one. Like that's very obvious. Like it's first of all, it already has the buzz before the wedding. The wedding heightened it. Yeah, so I'm not shocked about that.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I'm curious to how long Haya will stay where it's at. But I think Beanie Boys will rebound.
Yeah.
I think Beanie Boys will rebound back. Yeah, that's I think that's the only thing I have to say.
Fair enough. I know we had some other hands up. Did anyone want to go?
So is the Battle album number one?
For albums?
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't. The album charts is not out. It's to be out tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it will be.
Sorry, can I just quickly say, like, I'm actually really disappointed there's no Ira song on that top 10, you know?
Yeah, there is. I mean, it was Bad Vibes, and I think it's seen its way out.
Yeah, Bad Vibes tried now.
Yeah.
Was that the only song she had in top 10?
It was the best.
Was best performing, but I think some other songs crept in for some time and then they left.
I didn't think she got another top 10 though.
Oh, she didn't?
She didn't.
Didn't she get Goodbye?
Surprised. I don't think she did.
She got. Wait.
Oh, Goodbye.
No, how about the Ashake record?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I don't think it went to top 10. I don't remember.
No way.
I don't remember seeing it in the top 10.
That's interesting.
I'm just happy that Ogechi did what I said he would do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a conversation that I really want to have, but I think because this whole IRP, but we'll have it during the Rema conversation. It's just very interesting the way the music is really moving. I think we need to accept that things have really changed. Like things have really changed. Like while operating in silos at this point, things are just happening in these separate places. Yep. Charts are not consistent. It's not consistent. It's crazy. Like crazy how D-Light is doing better than half the records. 98% of the records on Ira's album.
Both D-Lights.
And that's K-Style and Iomaf. Bro, like you gotta understand. Like, I think. Yeah, it's just very interesting.
Sure. But to be honest, I think Ira's album. Sorry, I know we're not talking about Ira, but I think like Ira's songs have definitely got markets in different destinations. I think probably that's why it's not popping off in Nigeria as much as.
Yeah, I mean, it's like now if you look at just Spotify numbers just plainly, you see that the Ashake record has more streams than the Rema record, right? But in Nigeria, the Rema record is doing better. So it's definitely still very much segmented. Like it depends on where you are and what is going on there.
Because I hear that Heartbreak song a lot in like UK radios. Like if I go in the supermarket, I've heard that song at least 2 times.
I mean, that's the push. That's the record that they're pushing like outside Nigeria. It's also the playlisted record. It was the record they pitched. It was It's the single, basically.
They have a video for
At
it.
least for other markets, maybe not for Nigeria, but for other markets.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. She hasn't focused. I mean, with the Ashake moment, yes, she has had some visuals. She's obviously been on the road.
True.
And she hasn't come to really activate Nigeria, I would say. It looks like.
Yeah, but she doesn't have to be there
She doesn't
to
have to.
motivate Nigeria.
I know, but it definitely helps in terms of like moving
No,
those
not
songs.
really. It doesn't matter. Rema is not Nigeria, and Beanie Boy is doing what he needs to do.
Yeah.
It's just the record. Trust me, it's the music. It's not, and it's the music, and obviously maybe they've not activated like in next phase of budgeting. Like,
Yeah.
And I think she knows
like
that because she even tweeted yesterday that each song will get its shine or something like that. Kind of like timeless vibes where you want to concentrate on each song because
But
Yeah.
like,
but it was interesting that they released a video for the Ashake record,
Ashake
but
one,
it doesn't
yeah.
seem like they pushed the Ashake record.
No, they haven't.
Like, so it, but I think they just it's like a side thing. Like, you know what, we have this, like, let's just do this visuals for the Niger market. I think that's the Niger market thing. But like I said, everything about the album digitally has at least outside Nigeria
It's been hard.
has been, they
What
have great
because
record.
Goodbye did make it to top 10. It was only there for 1 week. That's the issue.
was it the first week?
It was number 9 like 3 weeks
It was
ago.
number 9. Oh yes,
Yeah,
you
like
were.
the
The
first
first
week,
week
I
it
think,
was
yeah.
number 9. You're correct.
Yeah.
I remember that now. Yeah.
And then it dropped.
I would have said like, come
Yeah,
on,
it
because
was-
that's
it was
the song
number
that she
9.
did the most promo on.
Yeah, it was number 9 the first week of the album dropped. So yeah, I think that's about it. But yeah, Bad Vibes was the peak for the album so far. Where are we? Any other thoughts on top 10 before we get into the Rema conversation?
Is it that you don't see your interface, Emmanuel?
Sorry. You were
Oh.
here. Just go ahead and speak, bro.
Okay. Right. Okay. Can you do me a favor? Run down the top 10 again for me, please.
Okay. Let me pull it back a bit. Okay, so at number 10,
Yeah.
number 10 was My Dealer, K-Style on Malay. Number 9, Shrolabam. Number 8, Dealer, Iomaf, Fireboy. Number 7, Olamide, Hello Habibi. Number 6, Olamide, Fireboy, Ashake, Uptown Disco. Number 5, Wave by Ashake and Central C. Number 4, Benin Boys, Rema and Shali Poppy. Number 3, Metaverse by Olamide. Number 2, Burner Higher. And number 1, Ogechi Remix.
Okay, so every song on that list, right?
Let's go.
Everybody speak. We're being very, very disingenuous in our submission.
Oh, brother, here we go.
Oh, brother.
Let's
I
hear
would.
it.
Here we go.
Here, I would say what I need to say.
Okay.
Okay, it's my own opinion.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing I've always put a caveat about this, what they call it, turntable or whatever table they're turning. And I believe one thing for sure, that they need to do wuru for music. We have... Hold on, chill now.
Sorry. No, let me correct the statement. Are you saying them know they do wuru or are they doing wuru?
Them what they do wuru means
they're not doing wuru.
Is that not DJ? It's just a statement I just put out there. Like,
Please, what's Warrior River?
Okay, so they're
Well,
not getting. Okay, so Mr. Fact, what Emmanuel is asking you is saying, are you saying they are doing wuru
No, he's
or
getting-
they are not?
No,
doing
he's
wuru-wuru?
getting somewhere. He has not finished what he's saying.
No, because to be honest, I'm just
It's-
saying that because I think he said they are not or they are.
No, he's not.
That's
But the
what
day was not specifically.
He might be
turntable.
like,
He's
he
just
get-
talking. He's just saying that that's his saying. Then he's going to get to his main point.
Okay, get to your point.
Okay, cool. Again, like Mubad said, music no need permission to enter your spirit.
Facts.
I was just sitting in my own jeje. Like, I hear a person say, them play song for wedding like 500 times. That's why it's number 1. See, one thing I know for a certain, see all the names you mentioned on that list, they deserve their place. Now the caveat is, somebody said they played the song 500 times, and that's how the song made number 1 on Turntable. And you said Higher was debuted like to number 2 on that list. And when you look at Turntable, you look at the reality of Nigerian people who consume this music, right? And if we look at all the data, as we see that these people using consuming this music and how they play this music and how it even trends on even our platform, social media. I have not, again, see the reason why. In my own opinion, if I tell you my top 5 based on what I've been listening to and connecting with Nigerian folks back there, is Higher number 1, Olamide number 2, Beanie Boys number 3, Wave number 4, Dealer by Ayoma, feel like you mentioned number 5. That one even it moved up 1 spot today. If your turntable, they are really doing what they're doing, I still put it to them. There's no justification for Ogechi being number 1. And you don't come here to tell me that because they
Hold up. Let me finish.
You said all of that for that.
Let me finish.
I'll my plane. Then because they played a song 500 times for a wedding, that's why the song moved up to number 1. Can somebody again make that make sense?
Okay.
I'll yield.
You know how
Clearly the song will have radio replay.
Mr. Fact and Data.
For real.
Oh, I love your
Bro.
name. I love your name. It's so like it's
The
right
fact that he
there.
says arguing with facts and data.
It's so right there, bro. It's like it's
Like, how can you be
in
arguing
your
with facts
name.
and
It's
data?
right
It's
there.
given Wikipedia.
Okay. You know what? I
I just
think we
have
should
one
be doing
question.
moving
though.
forward.
I just
Look,
have one question. Ejo.
sorry, Pepe. Before you even ask your question,
No,
I just
it's
think
okay.
I think we should be doing one thing moving forward. I think sometimes when some people give opinions, we should just say okay and move on. Because I
Yeah,
where do we
Use
start?
your
I don't understand
your
that.
Because where do we start?
Okay.
Once some people
Sorry, I'm
use
hearing some static
There's
background.
some static in the background. I don't know for who.
Sorry.
I don't know where
I
it's
just
coming from.
I just want us to
That's somebody's washing plates.
Pepe has a question to ask, but
So
I
I just have
personally
one
think
question.
we should just not address some things. That's all.
Wait, who just muted now?
Jojo.
Oh,
No, Jojo. Okay. I think sometimes we should not address some
sorry,
things.
Pepe. Yeah.
But Pepe, ask your
My
question.
one question. My one question was, I beg, who is the person that said they played it 500 times and that's the reason why it made
Nobody
number 1?
even
Who
threw
is
that
in this
number.
result?
Nobody
Are we
threw.
playing?
No, we heard it.
Are we playing, guys? Let's be honest.
Did
with
she say 500 the number?
I hear
So
500
what
times. That's why I
Beverly
missed
So
said
someone
was that
cannot be
No,
the
but
Oh my
it's
God.
wait, guys.
Okay.
Even if she
The
said
person didn't say that
Wait.
Beverly, correct me if I am
Omo.
wrong,
person
but
didn't say that
your
was
She just
words
said that they played
were
this song 500
Wait.
times at the wedding. She didn't say that's the reason why I went number 1.
Wait.
Are we
exactly.
slow
like,
here?
That's the reason why
did
number
you
one.
know?
Leave them
Did everybody
there.
here not watch
Bro,
Davido's wedding?
I
What kind of slowness is this
I
now?
cannot mute the space
This
anymore.
is why I said the Nigerian education system is not good because they only make you cram.
No,
They don't
but
make you understand.
even if she used the number 500, bro, you have to understand the figure of speech now. Like, come on, bro.
It's English
Like
now.
it
She
was
didn't mean it now
Davido's wedding.
directly.
He dropped the song on the day of his
It was
wedding.
so
I
Like,
wasn't
you
even
understand?
at the wedding for me to even make.
Like, what the fuck? So do you really think she is accurately 500
She's counting there. She's
And who the fuck
waiting.
actually said that was
She's
why it
putting
went
a
number
counter,
1?
and that
She
cannot
just said that
be
the
the
song was
only
played there.
reason.
It was
Yeah.
popularized there. So obviously they made it a thing there. So
And
obviously
she
can
was just basically sharing a contribution of she has been to 2 weddings where she heard that song being played quite often, and that was her just giving her own account of how people are interacting with that song, right?
outside of
Yeah, and at the end of the day, bro,
Nah,
what you came with,
even explaining my opinion because
I know, I know this will have to do this.
You're taking someone that says Mr. Fat. He's taking my point literally, like 500. So that means it was played 500 times.
I also think, Mr. Fact, that you are also very fraudulent, and I will tell you why I think you are fraudulent. Because first of all, how can you come here and say that you people are saying you are running turntable charts and it's based on facts, but Nigerians are not listening to Ogechi? But then you came and you made up your own list and you put
my guy just made up his own
as
list.
number 1. He put higher as number 1.
Yeah, he was like, nah.
He said, what do you call it? Benin Boys is number 2.
Because me, I heard
He said Olamide is number 2. Benin Boys is number 3.
Based off of the stuff that I'm listening to.
No, but
Mr. Fact, I want to ask Mr. Fact one question. Mr. Fact, one question. TTC have tell us how they created their list. You tell us how you created your own.
No, fair. How did you relate with the people over there to get this top 5 there? I'm very interested in this metric. I can't even lie.
Well, that's a very good question, right? Again, like I tell you guys, And I was
You
saying,
know what? It's
like,
my fault. Sorry. Actually, Mr. Fact,
well,
go
if
explain.
you don't want me to
let's
answer, I
him
will
answer.
actually
Let's him
messed
answer.
up.
Belema,
I actually
Belema,
messed
no,
up.
no,
We're
no.
not meant to ask people.
Belema, please. I want to hear the answer, man. Belema, please.
There
No,
it is.
Mr. Facts, how did you come up with your numbers?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Like I said before, based on popular demand, because it's like everybody would just pull out numbers and just come here and paste and say because they're turntable, then people. Someone is telling me I've been to 2 weddings, they played the song 500 times. I understand the context at which they use the word, but people want to justify why a song is number one. I don't see why the song is number one that I can't see on any streaming platform, that I could even hear on radio stations. But because they played on 2 different weddings you attend, that's why the song is number one. Are we not deceiving ourselves?
Wait, you
We
can't
have, hold on,
what do you
Wait,
mean you cannot
Mr.
see it
Facts,
on
Mr.
streaming
Facts,
platforms?
Mr.
hold on,
Facts,
when
you're
I
in New
wait now.
Jersey.
When I wait.
New
Baba
Jersey,
Hold
wants
on,
to
suburbs.
hear,
chill.
Baba
Hold
wants
on,
to
chill.
hear,
Mr. Fact,
Hold
you're a
on,
Ogechi
troll.
You're
chill.
not
on
gonna hear
Onibro.
These are
You want to
the
Mr.
hear
Fact, you're a
Ogechi
troll.
Onibro,
these
Ibro
are
in the
I
the
know what
morning.
you are.
You
You
know
want to
what?
hear
You
Ogechi
want to hear
on
against your
I
neighbor in the
or
morning?
Breakfast Club
Bro, he said they're not
or
playing it
iHeart
on
oh my
You
Radio.
said
radio.
they're
god.
not
I
playing it
cannot
on
see it
radio
in
for
any
me.
of my
No, no,
streaming
no. But Mr.
platforms.
Facts,
Hold on now.
correct me if I'm not wrong. You're not in Niger, right? Are you in Niger?
No, he's not.
Emmanuel, you know I'm not in Nigeria. Why you
So how
Exactly.
do you know what is playing in
Exactly.
Nigeria?
So,
How
bro,
do I
For
know?
Nigeria
Oh
radio,
Yeah,
bro.
how do you know?
bro. Anyway, thank you so much for
Thank,
entertaining
bro, I don't know why
us
we keep.
for a few minutes. I know
He said
it's
for when I hear on the radio and the streaming platform, John now,
anyway,
please.
man.
Maybe that Ibro go they drop Ogechi.
Ibro in the morning. Go they play
What's
Ogechi for
that
the
guy?
service. John now, please.
Anyway.
Charlemagne. They
Halloween.
play.
Anyway, Rema has announced his new album, his sophomore album. Okay, before we move on to Rema, somebody kind of threw a question in the YouTube chat there. They're saying, why is Victonia's album not getting the buzz? I think it should. It's one of the great albums released so far this year. It's top 3 in my opinion, and definitely not number 3. I guess when it comes to the turntable conversation, for Victonia, I'm trying to remember. Stubborn is still the highest in terms of his best performance.
Yes.
But I don't know if any other song has
On
been
the
picked
chat.
up on the chart. Like, well, he had 4 on the week of release. He had 4 entries into the top 100. Where they were placed in the top 100, I'm not too sure. But top 10 was Stubborn. I think it's one of those cases. Yeah, like soundscape wise, we already see what's ruling the charts. So we'll see how far Victoria can move the needle here, but I think it's appropriate where it is. Like, I'm not surprised that it's not out here. I don't even think he has other than the Ashake feature. I don't think he has that or that connection to a top 10 TTC charts when it comes to just the headspace where Nigerian music is right now. But I could be wrong, and we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes for him.
Emmanuel, before you move forward, we have a few people that still haven't gotten a chance to say something.
Okay, sure.
Dante, then VJ.
I think we kind of. I opened the floor to see if there was anything else before we move on.
Oh yeah, I don't think. Well, I know I can't. I know Pixel also has his hand up, and I can't hear Pixel. I don't even know if I can.
I'm seeing people's hands up, but I take it as a glitch. Sometimes.
Oh, you're taking it as a glitch.
But
mine is not a glitch.
They're not glitching, no.
Wait,
I'm not glitching.
They're not glitching, Chief.
Okay.
He might not say he can see you people want.
No. It's not relevant. Okay. Let me rephrase what I meant. Over here on my end, like the Twitter tends to leave people's hands that were up before, and they tend to stay.
To be fair, Beverly has
times.
been speaking since the beginning of the space, but Twitter is telling me that she's a listener, so I understand what you're saying.
Exactly. So it gets bugged
I can't
out.
hear. I know when Pixel is talking, but I can't hear what he's saying. So
Anyway.
I understand what you're saying. But anyway, we have VJ, then Dante, then Chief, then Pixel.
Is everyone still talking on the top 10?
Yes, they're still talking, and you skipped over
On the
them.
top 10.
Yes.
Okay, Dante, what do you say about the top 10? What do you say about the top 10, please? Because I thought that segment was going to be quick. But yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say the original Ogechi. How
Okay.
far did it go? What was it on the chat before?
Oh, you're right. Last week,
Because okay, talk.
it was, I think. Ooh, I'm trying to remember what it was. I need to
It
I
look
was
it
think
up.
either
three,
number
top
three
three,
or four. It was
top
number
three. It
It
was
three.
was
three.
top three. Got you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was top three,
Okay,
and that was
and
without the
That was
Davido.
Without the
without the
yeah,
Davido
remix
credits,
because
yeah.
yes. So
Yeah,
like
Davido's remix
I was
just came
actually
out.
going to
yeah,
ask that and kind of defend it because I haven't heard the record, but I've seen its movement more than almost any record. Like very much the female conservative aspect of the country
yeah.
really love
Dude,
that
love that
record.
song. Yeah, I think that's a
Yeah.
yeah.
So and that's evident. And then there's something people should know. The people on the records, at least two of them, like on the original record, there's the guy who made the piece of Brown Joel,
Mhm.
and there's this like TikTok guy HEIS who has another record already that already kind of went viral and
Mhm.
did his own thing. So like it's not so shocking. He kind of did I think like 1 million plus for his own music. So if these guys come together to do and Brown Joel kind of does well for himself, music data I don't know what to say about that, but it's not shocking that if they come together, their fan base or like their following, whatever, they can achieve a viral record.
Right.
I think virality now is a factor for success. Like people have the conversation about Forbat's record being so big and they don't know him, right?
Mhm.
And then somebody made a comparison between him and Ken Mason. I'm like, I think you're missing the point of being viral, which is there's a record that is like everywhere, and there's a record that's just big in a certain like part of the world. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
So virality is a factor as to what the song has been able to achieve,
Yeah.
Okay.
and
Yeah.
there are people who are actually listening. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Okay. So I know Emmanuel wants to run over to Rema, so we are gonna rush this top 10 thing real fast. Vijay, what is it that you want to say?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying anything much. I just believe that Emmanuel could have at least explained how the Ogechi went to number one and the accumulation of all the stuff to number one. I think you should have explained it to Mr. Fax so he wouldn't, be asking
No,
how was the
nobody has
Okay.
explained anything to Mr. Fax. Mr. Fax knows how turntable
No, I
gets
think
played.
no. Mr. Fax has asked
He
these
has asked this
questions
question 5
before.
million times. Yeah. Yeah.
Um.
Mr. Fax
okay,
just
okay,
doesn't
okay,
believe
okay.
in
If
something.
Yeah.
Mr. Fax knows about
There's
it, then
nothing to explain to
He
Mr.
knows.
Fax.
He knows. He knows exactly
He
how it
knows what's up.
works.
Yeah.
okay.
It
So
does not.
he's just running his agenda, bro.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Rema.
Chief, what is on your mind?
Sorry, really quickly. I just wanted to say the Jimmy Abdul's thing. It was like a project. I don't know if it was an album, but it was a project. I dropped the link in the responses. That's one.
Braids.
Then so, yeah, the
Braids is a
braids. The thing.
project.
No, it's a song on a project. The talking stage or something. He didn't push it or anything. It's just
Oh,
because like
you're right.
I
You're right.
follow
You're
him.
right. You're right. You're right. It is
Yeah,
a
it's in the
project. Oh
comments.
my gosh, this
Just
cover
because
art.
I follow him like keenly, that's why I even know that it's a project. So there's that. Then the other part, I just wanted to go very quickly. She didn't say because they played it 500 times. She said she gave it as an example of how people are consuming music. I don't like the song. Like I'm the biggest hater of the song. From when the song charted in top 10, Emmanuel like was there. I was saying that I
Yeah,
don't know why
yeah,
the
yeah.
song is there.
We had
But
the
he made a
time.
very important point. Like when songs are charting and everything, I think we tend to forget how big the Nigerian music space is and that not every Nigerian is a music head. The average Nigerian is going to stream what they've heard play on the radio and everything. And I hear the song on TikTok and IG all the time. So
My
the
dear,
vast majority
everybody
of
is looking for the song they were playing at Davido's wedding. That's all.
exactly. So
Everybody will
like
be
it
fine
went, it
now.
really went like hyper viral, not just viral, like very viral. So the fact that it didn't get the credit in the first week, not because of anything, but because that thing dropped, I think after the chatting hours or something. So it's now this week that it's going to do its own number one. That was basically what I wanted to clarify. That's all.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Appreciate.
Thank you. And then the last person was Pixel, who I know I won't hear what he's saying. So tell me when he has finished.
Then I'm not speaking again. I beg. I vex. If you can't hear me, tell her that I'm vexing. But anyways, I don't really think what I want to say now. Let's just get past it. Let's move to Rema. I guess that's where my energy would be stronger. So yeah.
Anyway, shout out to Turntable Charts for this week's top 10, coming in clutch for the conversations. Yeah, man, let's pivot into Rema's album that has been announced to be dropping. If you're American, it's dropping in November. if you're a Nigerian or a British colony, is dropping this Friday.
It's actually the other. What you said is the other way around.
Wait, is the other way
Because
around?
of the way he wrote the date.
Yes.
He put 7-11. I mean 7
Yes,
what?
it's 7-11.
12.
I was like, bro, please, can you clarify?
I don't know if anyone has further
Is it
clarified,
July
but it
11
feels like it's dropping this week.
or
Like
11th of
this week,
July?
bro.
Is it July 11? I be
I think it's this week
November
because
11.
maybe
It's
social
even
media
this
handlers are in different countries because I did not get it. So I was like, November care. Why not announcing that?
November.
What do you mean?
I think he's announcing it the way that Americans write dates.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said
Yeah.
maybe his handlers are in different countries because when do we start this one? Hey, God.
And they
Honestly.
were fairly consistent everywhere. Double like 07 11 is what they put. But I think it's this Friday.
Maybe they were doing a James Bond play. They were doing 7-11. They were doing the 7-11 store. They were doing Beyonce song. Whichever one it was. I just was confused.
Just stop rough play, please. It will cause confusion.
Or maybe they actually wanted to confuse people.
You want to,
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
But apparently the listening is on Wednesday in Lagos, so that should be an indication, right? Or was that?
Yeah, it's definitely Friday.
A listening party so close to your release date. I'll be kilo. Now, wow.
Yeah.
Nowadays, even with Tony's own, it was very close. I think the day after we went for the listening party was when the album dropped. I was like, that's crazy, but yeah,
it's possible. But anyway, there's a lot obviously going into this. Rema just dropped a song this morning, as well. I
love this song so much, man.
And obviously he has a song currently on the charts right now, Beanie Boys with Charlie Poppy. The snippets he has very much been teasing. Obviously they're sparking conversations. It's polarizing people. It is interesting and fun. Rema has always been polarizing a lot of drops, especially his rave center drops. But I think it's the name of the game right now, where like he's leaning even more into more of the fringe ends of his sounds, to the point where people are either absolutely love it or absolutely hate it. Like there are no in betweens. So I'm curious where everyone stands right now with Rema's overall snippets, the soundscape that he is on right now. I love it. I'm a big fan of Ravage, so he's building on that like very dark synth aura that he has been on. Obviously he's connected with the aesthetics. I mess with it, a little bit of rage, a little bit of mosh pit energy in many of his songs, and they're still very much, especially the one that had the East African sample on it. That one I think that one was just rock Bedu, but with Playboy Carti, Travis Scott's aesthetics basically. But it's Bedu deep down, and it sounds very, very good. And obviously it's coming with some unique energy that he wants to take everybody's heads off. He's already positioned himself as a big four, So I think I'm gassed. I'm excited about new Rema, but I'm sure so many people have different opinions, and I really want to hear where everyone is right now. I don't know if anybody wanted to take the stand. Pixel, go ahead.
Let me just start.
Pixel, go ahead. What are you saying?
All right. So this is coming from a Rema fan. This is what I will say. Like it's actually very funny, because I'm thinking of Ravage EP now, in which to me was one of the best EPs and best projects that I dropped last year. I just felt that it wasn't promoted enough. That's why it didn't do as well as I would have expected, or as most people would have expected. Now for me, that's exactly what happened. And I've always been pushing the whole Rema get out of meetings, but let's just leave that agenda. Let's just leave that agenda.
Whoa.
So
okay.
Since he has been dropping the whole snippets, right? For me personally, I'm not the one that will say that Rema is doing something. Like for me, since they gave birth to Rema, since he came into the music scene, he has always been doing stuff that were not there before. He has always been faster, right? Like just check all his projects, they are not the same. bro has been going from one place to another. So I'm more really shocked that he's changing his style again. The thing now is that, have I really felt it? Have I connected with it? I can see the direction. I'm like, I'm trying to really get into it. Though the thought of Charlie Poppy and Odumodu is slapping my head, and I'm like, God, yeah, wait, this is Rema, this is not Charlie Poppy or Odumodu. So like, it's just really confusing. It's not bad, and the one thing I've noticed is that until the project really comes, before I really give my full take, because I also had my reservations to when I was hearing Victoni's snippets until the album dropped, and yeah, it was a beautiful album. So that's the same thing I'm feeling. I feel like the snippets get better with more listens, but overall, I'm not as excited as I thought I'll be. I know, for someone that's been waiting for new Rema music.
Okay.
So I'm now kind of scared, because this is the second album, and I'm expecting a whole lot,
Right.
because compared to the 2019 guys, to be very honest, as much as I love Rema and all that, compared to their debut projects, I believe in terms of quality, it was the least enjoyable compared to a Joe Boy or a Fireboy. That's my own
Right.
opinion. So I expect a whole lot for the second one. So yeah, that's just it for me.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Pixel.
Yeah.
Taj,
Sorry,
I guess everyone's hand is up, but Taj and then Adeayo.
I was next too.
sorry. Hold on.
Oh.
Beverly has already answered.
Anyway.
But yeah, Beverly, go ahead.
Nae.
Okay. Thank you,
Belema is
Emmanuel,
Nae.
for saying my name.
Yes.
Sorry, Naye.
Anyways, I kind of share the same views as Pixel.
Okay.
I think from this album, and not to say that Raves and Roses was not a good album, but I don't know. I think because Rema went so long without having an album, I'm like, is he an album guy? And guys, I say this not because of the quality of work, but sometimes I just feel like I don't connect through an album with Rema. Like, I can do it on individual songs, and
How about
I think
EPs?
that EP was no, that one I connected. In fact, the connection has never been so strong. But an album, I don't know. So I'm excited to see what he delivers with
Okay.
this sophomore album.
All right.
I think he's definitely followed through with his theme. He reminds me a bit of the Rihanna in music. And guys, let me land before you start buzzing. What I mean by that is he's had a storyline through his artistry. So, you know, when Rihanna was introduced as this cute little Caribbean girl, then it turned to Good Girl Gone Bad. Like, I feel like Rema, as much as people say, oh, he's still a small boy, all this kind of stuff,
Gotcha.
he has a storyline with his artistry, and I freaking love that. It's like, it just makes me feel like I'm growing with an artist, which I always respect.
Basically, he's evolving as we're going, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think this sophomore album is him tapping into that. I can definitely, just like what Pixel said, am I connected to that? As a half Edo girl, I really hate that he's, you know, tapping into this dark spirit, because it's really not doing with the Edo PR. But I can definitely also, like, I just love that he's exploring that side as an artist as well. So yeah, I'm excited for this album. Well, I'm not excited, but I'm intrigued to see what he delivers. So yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, good. I guess good analogy there. I was seeing where she was going with Rihanna, but yeah, it makes sense.
That's why when I say Beyonce, I hope don't
yeah,
be
thank goodness you didn't go with that one. Anyway, that's fair. Those are fair points from Pixel and Naye so far. I guess they're not necessarily as crazy about the sound and how it's evolving, but they're intrigued and they still want to hear what he's going to say on the album. But any other thoughts from Taj? There you go. Then Dante.
Okay. Yeah. Wait. Okay. Sorry. What's the conversation about Rema? Okay. So from our album, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and the sound so far, where your head is, are you receptive to it?
Yeah. So I'm super receptive of it. Like I said, I think I've, I've after RVGP, I placed Rema in, out of this world category, like somebody who has really pushed the needle in everything he has done, kept it relatable, still Lamba heavy, but the Sonics are different. I mean, hearing Ravage, hearing Troublemaker, before I ever talk about the obvious DNA and Smoke, which were kind of like typical, but hearing Troublemaker, hearing the Red Potion, hearing Don't Leave, I'm like, okay, this is somebody that is really pushing the needle, right? And, for somebody who is a self-proclaimed Prince of Afrobeats, right? And, to an extent, it is, branding wise, success wise, he easily is that. It was just like, yeah, this guy has transcended just regular, like he's doing something different. I expected him to continue on that path. Hearing Beanie Boys took me a step back just based on, okay, the guy is human. He can still make just regular records. He's not every time he's trying to really push the needle. Sometimes he's just playing a role. And I felt like Beanie Boys was a role type of record, right? It was to commemorate. Like, I mean, I think in the past year or two, he has really imputed Benin culture into everything he does. His art, he has really leaned into the bad nature, the darkness, everything. His stage setups, his studio setups, like everything, the image, the looks. He has really leaned into it, right? So it was like, okay, yeah. So anyways, basically, I liked Benin Boys because I ended up liking it just because I was like, at first my expectations were just too high, so I did what I wanted from him.
Does it go up in the club?
Absolutely. What? Absolutely.
And it connects for you having in the club, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It connects for me. And like I said, it's just my initial reaction was just because coming off the back of Ravage, I just didn't want something very, very type. But like I said, it makes sense. The record was playing a role. Now, moving forward from that, I expected him to keep pushing the needle as he has done. And from the snippets he dropped, it was like, yes, that's the angle he's going for. He's about to push it. But then again, the Sonics also felt like, are all these going on an album or are they going on like an EP? Because they're very dance heavy records, right? And I don't know, so for an album of 14, 15 track, if you can't sustain this in 15 track, you'd be like, it's going to become tiring, borderline monotonous, But it seems like all the snippets he has dropped, it's been somewhat similar Sonics, which is great. It's great. It's great. Yeah, it might have cohesiveness of that, but it's like, then again, it can also be so cohesive to the point it becomes monotonous, and that kind of now defeats the purpose, right, of your album. It's an album, right? And I'm not one to place Rema Roses very high in my album list, right? Generally, so it's like I expect him to be in a place where, because of where he is musically, he should be able to deliver a quality album and still push the needle, but keep it quality. Hearing the He record, I don't think he did that. I think he experimented, but it felt very flat. It felt like an incomplete experiment or like a quick idea. It's not fully expansive, and that's very unlike Rema. I don't know who produced the record. I actually didn't check, but
I
know Rema
alone. UX.
Is UX?
Yeah, I remember him tweeting about being on the song.
Yeah, so like normally I know when it comes to him and London, they experiment but they expand on it. They make a song out of it. They make music out of it. Hearing the snippet at first, I didn't totally shut the snippet out because I was like, you know what, this is just a part of the song. When we get a full-fledged song, I'm sure they'll piece it up properly. But then I hear the song, and the song is not that much different from the snippet. So I'm like, okay, this is not great. This is not a great record. This is just feels like a skit. Feels like just like they're doing it maybe to just pass away time. I don't know. It feels like a very rough, like a very random drop. And then a couple hours after, I'm seeing your album is dropping on Friday. So I'm guessing this is meant to build some amount of anticipation for your album. I don't know how I feel about that anymore. But I'm going to still trust the Rema that I believe he has become. And he's easily, out of the new guys, he's easily somebody who has just evolved and pushed so much, especially since post Rave and Roses. Everything post Rave and Roses has shown that this man has. Post Rave and Roses is Jesus. That Rema is unbelievable. I think from Charm, even from Charm to the Reason You record, Holiday was a bit type, but to the full length, to the extra songs that he added on
Deluxe,
deluxe. Can't remember the
yeah.
records. And then going into Ravage, I'm like, okay, no, this guy is really doing something serious. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this he record, and it doesn't really keep me excited for the album. Or it dulls my excitement just a little bit, but I'm still very much excited for a Rema album.
All right.
It's Rema, and like I said, if he can give me a mixture of what he did post River and Roses Deluxe and a mixture of Ravage, and he somehow pieces it up to be an album, I think we're looking at classic material in my book, because I place Ravage as some of the great piece of work that's ever dropped out of the country. Like, I think that EP is one of the best EPs we've gotten, period, at least in the new age since 2017. I think River Roses is top 5, top 3 easily. So
Ravage,
I'm hoping he expands on it in an album full length.
Yeah.
And just make actual music. But this he record, but it feels like a song that they should put skits beside it.
You keep saying he. Please, is
Oh yeah, anyone.
Right, he.
He. Anyone. Like I told, they should put your album or put skits beside it.
They should do the remix should be featuring Father Christmas and ho ho ho.
Don't kill me, please. But
that was unnecessary.
But yeah, I just think it's a very flat record, and I don't know. I don't know the concept. I don't get the idea. I don't get what's going on there. Okay. But I'm going to wait.
I think the idea is Monday morning motivation, and that's why it dropped on Monday.
He felt like he was doing his regular snippets Monday, but he decided to release it.
No, I have a question for you. When he said no more big threes, now big four, I drop this thing, and they are not. He basically say drop banger and go ghost because you people are not buying into it. But my question for you is that when he says all of those things, are you not feeling motivated? Are you not feeling like maybe you're the hater he's talking about?
Wait. Oh no! I'm not. I am far from a Rema. See, I was a Rema hater until post River and Roses. I was not the biggest fan of Rema till post River and Roses. Honestly, it's not it's not I'm not the biggest. I liked his music, but he didn't do. He still felt learnerish to me. He still felt young to me, right? But post River and Roses has been a whole different person entirely. He has come of age, he has found himself, and I'll never shut down. And like I said, all the other snippets he even dropped sounded good to me. The only one I was iffy about was this one, but I felt like when it's time for a 3-minute length song, I'll get the concept. The problem is come and find the song is even 1 minute 30 seconds. It really feels like a skit.
1 minute 50, yeah.
It really feels like just a rough skit. It's not even long enough. The song is not even. It feels incomplete.
Right.
I don't know. There's something very arrogant about the drop as well that I didn't like.
Oh, there's a drop.
No, I mean about.
Oh, you mean about the release? Gotcha.
Very arrogant about the release. It's just I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the record, but once again, I know that guy is special. Yeah. Especially what he's doing now. I don't have. This might have shook me a bit, but I know if that guy can just give me River Roses 13 tracks.
You mean Ravage?
Sorry, Ravage, right? 13 tracks of that, and just make music with that, with that universe. Those dark scenes, just expand on that. I'm sorry, I will be there live and direct.
I think that's what he's going to do.
I think so too.
I think it's fair that that's the agenda, that's the objective, because these snippets all tie into that Ravage universe.
Yeah, but Emmanuel, if you hear this song, it does not. You won't feel. I don't think you would like this song. I'll be very shocked if you like this song.
I'm intrigued. I'm definitely going to lean into what has been said about the song. Obviously, the fact that it's a minute 50 doesn't feel complete, obviously, and it's moving like some Odusi type drop. But I think it will be interesting to see how the song feels in its entirety. But yeah, man, thank you so much for that. I don't know if Adayo is still here. I don't see him anymore on my page. Is Adayo here for anyone?
On the speakers list, no.
Oh, okay.
He's not here. He's not.
I think Chief can go next, and then Dante.
I'm trying to add Adayo back. He dropped, but he's coming back.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Let's see. So someone on YouTube is saying, they're speaking to what Taj was saying. They're saying, Broad Talking said you appreciate him pushing envelope, but then you said you want him to sound like old classic album. Huh?
No, but I never said that though. I said I wanted him to sound like Ravage. Ravage is
I think you were saying, you were sometimes you were saying Raven Roses when you
Okay,
meant
maybe
Ravage.
I was
Yeah.
tongue twisting myself,
Yeah.
but I
You
meant
meant
Ravage.
Ravage. Yeah, you meant
Yeah,
Ravage.
like
Yep,
Ravage is
you
in
meant
Said
December.
Ravage.
post Raven Roses.
Yeah.
Post
Post
Raven
Yeah, I
Roses.
said
Raven
post
Roses.
Raven Roses.
Yeah.
Post Raven Roses. That's like the what's the thing? He didn't call it the deluxe. There's a name he called it.
Ultra.
Is it Reloaded? Ultra. Yes.
Yeah.
The ultra aspect of it and
Gotcha.
Ravage.
Nice.
Post that has been great. Has been amazing.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you so much. Adeayo is back up. Appreciate you coming
Oh,
up, bro.
Yeah, what's up, man? How you guys doing?
We did. How you feeling,
Yeah, I don't.
Rema's rollout so far, man?
I did say part of it on Twitter, and Fireboy fans they didn't like it. I mean, a lot of insults, but I mean that's just by the way. Yeah. So I think with Ravage, right? When he dropped Ravage, I thought that was the point. That was the time where he has earned the right to do whatever I wanted to do. It was a victory lap for him. I mean, he's had the biggest African song in the world, and he's had a fantastic 2023. Did the O2. I think was that this? Yeah, did the O2, and yeah, so you could just wrap it up with Ravage GP and enjoy the I am in moment, I'm that guy moment, and yeah, it worked. It was a fantastic EP. Although the songs were just predictably not going to work, they were too fast paced, they were too hyper, they were difficult to sing along to, and it's just like steps away to an extent from what the average Afrobeat consumer is used to. So the songs didn't stick. They were objectively good, objectively an emphatic EP that's going to be appreciated by people who are like deliberate or conscious consumers of music. But for the average listener, it wouldn't stick, and that's why you see it was just hard to get a hit song from it. The closest it came was a Troublemaker because it was the slowest song on the album. I mean, maybe probably next to Portion, and it's also the opening track.
How about
So yeah,
DND?
yeah, D&D had a moment, but it just didn't become that song. It didn't become like a soundgasm or something. It was just had that 2 month run, and I mean, look at all the. Its EP dropped, was it November or
October 31st.
yeah, October
It dropped
31st.
Halloween.
Look at this. The stuffs that have dropped like the last quarter, they still had like fine run into the first quarter of this year from Shei, although Shei dropped in December. I mean, a couple of those big
Charlie
names.
Poppy.
Yeah, Charlie Poppy, even Odumodu's album is still having a very, very good run, and it dropped in August, I think. I told them stuff like that. The album didn't stick, the EP didn't stick, and that's predictable because of the type of music that is in it.
Yeah.
And when it's doubling down now and making the same sound, this is what I'm going to say, right? I think he's doing this because this is what he thinks this is what informs a big album. He thinks this is what it takes to make it emphatically clear that he is who he says he is and he's part of that top four. And I think it's okay. Like it just needs there needs to be place for balance. Like right now, like I think it's maybe he's going out of his way to show that okay, I am him, I'm that guy, and I want all of you to know. Like there's place for range, there's place for confidence, and there's place for just doing music that works for a pop star.
That works
For what
for
is
the
what,
market. Yeah.
you are still a pop star, and pop stars need it. Except you are tired of being a pop star and you're tired of being successful. You're not going to get lonely at the top from this type of music. I'm sorry, you're not. You're not going to get lonely at the top when you're going from metal, making psychedelia music, making hyper pop. It's just I listen to. As Taj said, it feels like a skit. For me, it feels like an interlude. Like that's something that should be an album interlude. That just say, okay, yeah, this nigga is crazy. Like not something that you
I
want to
swear.
make a whole brand and a whole this thing out of. Like the closest is going to come to getting a hit if this is the type of music he's going to make on the album that I've heard so far is Matcham. And that the way think that's even going to happen if he just like really connects the song to the street in terms of people like DJ YK being in the front of the music, getting in front of the music and pushing it, and there's all this street crazy dance and it's being amplified on social media, and his brand is even too posh for that, right? So will the album be good? Yes. Will the music be objectively good? Yes, but it's not just going to be different from how, say, your author music is objectively
Yeah.
good and it's
He's niching
appealing to
himself.
to the conscious consumer, but for the average listener, they just cannot connect with. And I just cannot balance it with the pop star personality, especially when you're off the back of Calm Down and you're also trying to get that number 4 spot, as which interestingly it actually belongs to Ashake, for being honest, because Ashake has dropped two great albums. It's like the biggest from your generation, so that spot actually do belong to him. And if you want to now like get to that position, you have to maybe drop a very good album that tops your debut album, and something that can
Right.
be, like universally acknowledged,
I
so
have
to
a
say,
question.
that this is good. Like, say a boy alone, right? So, for me, I think there's no further course of action to be concluded than what we've seen. We're just going to see larger pieces of it on the album. Can't stop being, I am in, it's me. Just boastful, flamboyant, colorful, yeah, dark, gothic, very, very hyper. And I just don't. If this is what's going to do, I do not think it's going to be a commercial success. Would it be a critical success? Yes. Would it be a commercial success? No. And for pop stars, you need
the
to be able
commercial.
to
You
balance
need to
it,
And
balance
and
too.
it's
but
failing
but
to
then again,
balance
but
it.
then again,
That's what's
I have a
Okay.
question, right? And this was kind of the conversation I wanted to have on the space today. I just hope I can really stay and have the conversation, right? Because he hangs. Trust is it might be a weird reference, but I think at this point he's almost like in a larger scale, a Melvito, Gabsy, or Dio, them. I think he also sees his success in the general, in a world view, right? He's not tailored to view his success through Nigeria alone, right? So now, if they're looking at the numbers and looking at the data, Rema is doing well commercially, right? Like for a Nigerian act, he is still a commercial success. So it's weird that what exactly are we then using to define his commercialism, like, or what is successful for a commercial pop star like him? He's a pop star that he's not a Nigerian pop star. He's almost like a world global pop star. He's almost like there's now a pathway to be a Burna Boy without being a Nigerian pop star or being the greatest artist out of Nigeria. And I think
Yeah, that's
it's
Thames.
it's going like attempts like it's and Rema is in that he's hanging in that limbo where he's not a Nigerian he's I mean he's a self we think he's meant to be the next Wizkid, but we're in an industry where can we ever have the next Wizkid? Would there ever be that one guy that dominates the industry anymore? I don't know if it's possible again because like there's just the way we've everything has been broken down, segmented. His view of success is could like Soundgasm did crazy numbers, but I don't know if he held any weight in Nigeria. What if that's his view
No,
of
I
success?
think it did.
It
I
did.
think
It
it did.
did. It
And
did.
It held in
it was
Nigeria
really
It
big.
did.
Yeah,
locally.
like
Very early on.
if not like Calm Down later had that resurgence. At some point, Sandrism was way significantly bigger than Calm Down
Yes,
in
No,
Nigeria.
no,
Yeah.
no, no. Yeah, numbers
In
wise,
Nigeria.
but numbers
Yeah,
wise
in
in
Nigeria.
Nigeria
Yeah, in
was
Nigeria.
okay. So, but okay, but then again, we have records like a D&D, right?
Yeah.
Which still boasts good numbers, but here we are saying that because funny enough, me and my guys we actually did a deep dive on D&D and we're on Rema Read today, which kind of I brought the conversation to Emmanuel, right? I think his last Nigerian success was probably Charm. That was
Yeah.
his last,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's his last Nigerian success,
Yeah.
and every record after that has. It's not popular. It's not like not everybody sings it, or it's not like we don't know it. It's just not. I guess it doesn't hold us, doesn't retain us. But then again,
Yeah,
the
it's
numbers
not.
are good. The numbers are good.
It's
This
not.
guy is still
No,
going to
but
festivals.
I feel if we're mentioning like songs like D&D or even Troublemaker Seth, like I think they had their run, but in a minimal way. So like I think in the season of, let's say, Dirty December, it had its run. Like I heard like those songs quite often. But when we're speaking about the landscape of Rema in comparison to, like, let's say, Calm Down or even Soundgasm, I don't think it had that
Yeah,
kind.
no, but that's not even what I'm speaking to per se. Right? I'm just speaking to the fact that his view of success is skewed. He's very
Yeah,
skewed. He's very skewed.
It's
So
good.
like so
I actually
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
yeah,
I
it's
think
very
yeah.
skewed, right? It's very skewed. And for somebody who is meant to be the next face of Afrobeat, his success has kind of I don't know if it's a blessing and a curse because it's like, where do you go? Right? Obviously, regardless, personally, I think he's feeling himself, which is why I said there's a little bit of arrogance here. He
Yeah.
feels he's at the highest point right now. Deep in his heart, he believes he's making the best music. And critically, you will say he's making the best music right now. But then
Yeah, it's
again,
making one of the best music
he's
right
making,
now.
but then again, the audience doesn't seem to want to relate to that. But then again,
The
can he see
Nigerian
that?
It
Can he?
doesn't.
audience.
It
But
doesn't.
can he
Yeah,
see
I
that the
mean,
audience doesn't want that, or he's just seeing the numbers? He's
So
seeing
I
the
don't think
festivals.
no,
He's
no.
seeing the
But are you
bookings.
confusing?
this
Sorry,
can.
are you confusing like the music or his like aesthetic?
I'm just saying, like at the end of the day, right? The music he's making right now, right? He feels wholeheartedly that this will be a successful album for him.
I mean,
When
Taj.
that should
Because
be
because
the
I want
approach.
to.
because his view of success is not purely Nigeria anymore.
Right. No,
But the
exactly.
thing is, I don't think it's speculative though. I don't think it's the only
Yeah,
one.
yeah, it's not the only
which is
one.
what I said, that it's happening
Who
across the
restricts
music
his view
stream.
of success to Nigeria, right? Like I think I do agree with you that he has like it's a blessing for him that he has this bold approach to say, okay, I can make whatever I want to make. I'm a global pop star. I mean, I have listeners in India and whatnot. But like in the whole framework of advancing his career, like he was able to move from point A to point B. I mean, he had Lady move him to this point, Ginger move him to that point, Soundgas him to the next point, like this thing. Now,
Even
calm down to the next point. You need that upward mobility. You need that trajectory,
Yeah.
and I just don't see this song being that, like, I mean, there's the old precedent of Afrobeats and World Records that have shown that, okay, this is the kind of stuff that might work, songs that are like easy to listen, to sing along to,
The
songs that
guitar
carry some
loop
bit of melody,
songs.
stuff
Yeah,
like
the
that, like,
guitar loops. Yeah,
yeah,
that was what
all like that,
you
like from
said.
Essence to Love Wanting to Peru to even his own Calm Down, right? So it's
Yeah,
just
even
not
Charm.
this,
Charm
what
was
is he
not
doing now?
the
Yeah.
heart thumping racing stuff, and that was his
Yeah,
last
yeah,
success.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So
it's
yeah,
but like I said, his view, that issue of just the way our industry is right now is weird. Like it's where we're in a space where like you are really you can really eat, like you can really eat out of that country. Like that country, he has given us Beanie Boys, and that's fine. He's now going to do what he needs to do, right?
yeah, that's
To
it. I think it's that. I don't say it's an arrogance, but I think it's just doesn't really care that they
care.
might not like the song, and there's consistency. Like there's a consistency to Afrobeat success. Like there's a reason why Kiss Daniel always makes it to the top three every time he drops some music, and your average guy that drops the Afro swing and the songs that pander to the West doesn't get that kind of like homegrown success. There's a
Yeah,
reason Ogechi is number one, because it carries that stuff
it
people
carries
can
that
relate
essence.
to. It's always like there's enough precedent, there's enough reason to draw the parallel.
Yeah.
Even though it like kind of breaks my heart that I'm not seeing Ira in the top 10, because this is an album that, like, for what it is, what people believe that have been paid a lot of money to actually promote it. Yeah, so and it's not like you can tell, like, just even the fact that she went out of her way to balance it, the slight
Rema,
bit of
yeah,
like that yankiness in the
Yeah.
album.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that's what count against it, but it's not like when Shea Vibes drop, you're going to know, okay, this is going to get into this top 10 because there's something they are really, really used to. I think Rema knows that. I think when he drops this and he plays it, and P Prime, like they got together and make this record and he listened to it, he knows, okay, this is not what the average Nigerian would listen to.
no,
But I think
but
a
then
part of
again,
him also know that, like, okay, this is
but
me
yeah, yo,
pushing
the
the
Matcham
solid
record,
boundary.
Okay.
No,
some of these
that's a smash.
records are within the
That's a smash.
soundscape of a Charlie Poppy and a Shea Vibes, isn't it?
That's a smash. That one is kind of domesticated. Number one, the sequencing of the chorus. Now, like, Afrobeat chorus is always like, it's always like 5 pattern, very easy. You have to be like just two lines is okay. Don't go more than 2 lines, from last to whatever, like to calm down, like 2 lines, 3 lines,
Punch.
good. And
Yeah.
the way it was the match and match, like, it's really, really like
Yeah.
when you hear it, like there's this stuff that we cannot theorize. Like, it's just there's a feeling you get when you hear Afrobeat song. Okay, this is going to actually enter. Like, you can, that I get that part of it. Like, that's an experimentation that actually works for me. Like the one with the
So Adele, based on, just sorry to cut you off on what, but based on what you're saying,
have a
and
question to ask,
Matcham as well. We're gonna get to you guys, but don't you see the balance there in terms
Yeah,
of
like I was about to say,
domesticating
I
it
don't see it. I don't see the balance, right? I don't
with
see the balance.
with a song like Beanie Boys, and for it tapping into a very commercial wave of a Charlie Poppy right now, right?
yeah, exactly
And
what I was saying. I think his commercial view is the Charlie Poppy Odumodu route. So he's still
Yeah.
creating chest thumping records, but they are
It's
still
not. Odumodu will not. Rema would have to carry that song. Odumodu is my friend, but Odumodu is my guy. Odumodu is not going to give you a hit song right now. I'm sorry. Odumodu has dropped like 45 guest verses in the last 18 months. The guy is tired. He just dropped a very, very.
Right, right.
He just dropped a very, quite, to be honest, a bad verse for Board recently, and they need to stop featuring him for what is what, right? So, like, I'm not really moved. Like Rema Odumodu, I'm not moved. Rema Charlie Poppy's song, it's in the moment song. The song in itself doesn't do much for me. The song in itself, I don't think the
Oh
song
no,
is
I
going
wasn't
to
even
stick.
speaking about the features directly with that. I was talking about the Sonics, right?
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
that-
So
like-
speaking to the Sonics, yes.
I was speaking Sonics, like it's
that's
Bedu
what I'm
heavy.
saying,
It's
like-
still, all of these tracks are still Bedu heavy. It's still like party
It's
records.
still, yeah, like it's
danceable
still
music.
fast paced. It looks like if they put some money behind Beanie Boys, it might work. Like the song itself, like the thing is, like, it might work, but
Song
the way
is
it's
working.
looking- yeah, it's the way it's
It is.
looking, like the way he's approaching his album, the songs he's teasing, the things that he's doing. It's looking like this is going to be another Ravage. That's what I'm just saying.
Right.
At the end of the day, Ravage had DND, Ravage had Troublemaker, Ravage had Poison, which are kind of like sounded different, offered something else. But you understand that where his energy has, where his head is, what he's trying to do is hoping that it is that actually becomes a hit rather than something that is actually.
To be honest, I don't think he's putting a lot of eggs on he.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I would want to believe he's not.
Just
So
an
that would be
example.
madness.
Yeah,
it's just an example. I'll just use it as an example.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's where he's actually hoping the next. Because I mean, I think I'm not sure, but I think he's trying to be the next. It's already a leader of a sound because since 2019-20, I don't think there's anyone that has influenced the soundscape more than Rema. Everyone kind of sounds like him. But yeah, I mean, Ashake is 2022, of course. Everyone's trying everyone's trying that. So it's like that's it's not going to. That's what is next for him, and that's where I think the bulk of the sound is going to come from. Something sounding like, I mean, matchup. You can draw a parallel between them, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, and if that for me, if that's going to be the bulk of the album, I think it's going to be a critical success. I mean, Victoni's album is a critical success. I think it pushes the boundary of Afrobeat. It interprets Afrobeat in a very, very unique way. But is it something the average listener will enjoy? No. Does it demand so much from the average listener? Yes. When you listen to P46, like you don't like what is this?
Yeah,
like,
that's a deep cut.
Definitely.
What is this?
It demands a lot from the average listener.
Yeah, Kolo,
Both
for
of them
example.
P46 is a deep cut though. I don't. But there's definitely more palatable songs there.
It's what congregates the album. If you take away Ludo and you take away Stubborn and possibly you look for maybe a Kolo or one of those songs, that's where you just get something that fits into your template of Afropop that the average listener, that even the radio can consistently play, right, and give a bit of support. But if you like, aside that, right, you get things that are quite experimental, quite very Victoria and Bellini with a bit of that American high school pop kind of sound. So for me, Rema, right, just to round up so that we can talk. For me, Rema, right, I think Rema is in this moment. I think he's really going out of his way. I don't say maybe not necessarily going out of his way, but he's really actually like trying to make a statement with this album, and he wants to make a sound that only me can make. And he didn't ravage. He didn't ravage, and it's clear that okay, you alone can do this stuff, right? I just want him to be able to balance.
I think you can do that on an EP.
Burna Boy can balance it. Burna Boy can make a song that I am the only one. Like if you do this stuff, it's not going to come off. But at the same time, you, the average listener, gets to enjoy it, and that's why it's heads and shoulders, and it's the best artist to ever come out of this continent. But aside that, but for Rema, it still carries that. Forgive this language, because for lack of a better word, it still carries that. I don't say corniness, but that a bit of overconfidence that comes with young age, and I think Calm Down Success might have added to this a bit, and so that's why. And this is the kind of cockiness again I saw with Fireboy's Playboy doing stuff that just like what are you doing? Like this thing doesn't work. You're doubling down on it, right? So that's why this album, right? Just to summarize, this album, if this a Macham songs like that, hyperpop, like metals like Adelia that are going to be on the album, I don't think it's going to be a commercial success. He's going to struggle to get it done from it. But we're going to hail him, and he's going to go down as one of the most experimental album, like the Rooftop MC's album, like from way back, that is straight up rocks. So shout out to him, man. Just hear it goes.
Okay. Yeah. No. Okay.
This is recorded.
Yeah. No. I think we're having great conversation that we can definitely come back to analyze what we're thinking the album will feel like versus when we actually get the album. And yes.
Sorry, can I just quickly say that I don't agree with that last point of like comparing Rema and you're not comparing, but like that whole analogy of Rema being in his music. Like I honestly think that he deserves, or not that he deserves, but I feel like his attitude in his music.
Pixel your mic.
I think his attitude in his music is reflective of his success. He's not gone above that. I feel like at every pace that he's like had some form of heightened confidence is in line with the success, which I think is extraordinary. If you think like the best artist out of the last person he just mentioned, which was Burna Boy, like his cockiness started from even before he blew out. Like
before you.
So
no, but I think Adele's point is that at the end of the day, after the success of Calm Down, right, he went ahead to be experimental on Ravage on a 6-track EP. it makes sense you do that there.
Yeah.
Like,
But
and
guys,
then
don't
But-
you
and then
think he
wait,
was
chill, now,
experimental
hold on,
before
now.
Raise and
But then,
Roses though?
but you wait, but hold on. But then you're not going to your second album, your sophomore album. Now, if you carry that spirit of of experimental, I can do whatever I want to do into a second album, you're going to lose on the commercial value of things. And then again, we are expecting Rema to be a commercial success.
Yes.
He's our next export. That is the expectation
No,
on him.
Taj,
I know it's not fair.
Taj, you're true. No, Taj, what you and Adele have
Yeah,
said is true. It's needed that he needs to strike a balance. I'm already seeing examples of those balance though. Is my point.
Yeah,
But sorry,
now,
That's where I believe. I'm already seeing signs of the balance.
Your music ear is hearing balance, right? But I don't think the average, because guess what? Ravage had balance.
Ravage did not. Ravage was not supposed to have balance.
No, but Ravage, no, trust me. If you look at Matcham as the balance, then there's no way you not hear D&D and Smooth Criminal as balance.
In terms of the balance to the soundscape, I'm seeing Benin Boys as the main core of it, right?
Yeah, but Benin Boys is still okay. Maybe I'll get which one I'm saying that even if you're giving Benin Boys as balance, Ravage, you can give Troublemaker as balance. Right?
Sure.
Rema, which is why I get very stressed out about Rema conversation, because I don't understand how the average listener does not still get Rema, because it's not like I understand sometimes he pushes it very far, but there's records like Troublemaker, there was records like D&D, there was records like Smoke Criminal. They were not that hard to get.
Yeah, but again,
No,
I think.
But then that's me. I found out that the average
I
fan
think
still
that's
sees
just,
it as hard.
I don't know, probably because Taj, you're unique, but I honestly think that and I mean this in a very nice way when it comes to your music explorations. I think that Rema, when it came to even Ravage, even prior, even forget Rose and Roses, prior to Rose and Roses or any form of drop that he made, I feel like every drop was experimental for Rema. Like it's something that you've never heard before. So if it was taking it from that and boosting it down to his confidence in now and seeing how he can relate that to his sophomore album. And how he can project that to the wider audience right now, and
River
whether
Roses
it be
was
a
not
commercial.
experimental.
Huh?
That was an experimental album. River Roses was not experimental.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying I said prior to Rose and Roses. I don't think Rose and Roses in its initial form before Deluxe came out was even that successful, if I could remember.
Yeah, no.
I remember it being very tame. Like no one was really paying crazy attention to it, but after was it Calm Down? No, it wasn't Calm Down. Charm came. That's when people started looking at the album again.
Okay.
So, but prior to that, I think that he was experimental from the very beginning of it. Even when we're looking at his rock and when he was doing his rave Kinika, that music that we don't really listen to, but he had his audience to do it. He still kept some form of consistency with it, but in different ways. Yeah. So I don't know. That's just me, Sha.
Anyway, I think we're having a great conversation. Yeah, I think.
My currency sound.
No, sorry, Pixel. Very, very unfortunately, you and I know the people that I'm trying to expand to new speakers. Essentially, is my point. But.
Oh, okay. Then let me.
No. Because you guys have had your moment, right? I'm just trying to expand. I'm just trying to expand the mic as much as I can. Because we can spend like another 30 minutes on this Ravage balance versus what this new album balance would sound like. I think that's the objective of Rema that it should be having towards this album, is to commercialize the sound that he has been able to establish with Ravage. I think that's the agenda. I think there's some signs of it too, to merge it into the wave of Shali Poppy currently. And I think that's where the songs like Beanie Boys and Machama, it's kind of like it's towing that pocket of that crassness that has some form of like local like edge to it. And I think that's the objective here. And I think he's on a decent path towards that objective to make it work. And obviously we will see how the album will perform when we get it. But that balance that we're seeking for, that we're expecting that it should have, I'm seeing signs of it in that direction. And that's where I hope it will continue to stay.
I think just to quickly add one thing, if Rema doesn't have a Lonely at the top on this next album, it's like you get like
it doesn't have to be a Lonely at the top, but
you get there's that record that, irrespective of how the album is, would elevate him to the next level.
It's an outlier, right?
And it's most
because Lonely at the Top was an outlier. Lonely at the Top was an outlier in work of art.
In the context of the album,
yes,
Lonely at the Top is very much a grassroots record.
Yes, but it's an outlier in the context of the album, right? So it's there's a possibility that we'll get something outlier-ish, right?
Yeah, exactly. So as long as Rema can catch a, and like I said, when I mean Lonely at the Top, I don't mean it has to be the exact song. I just mean an easy record to sing along to take him to the next level. Because I think just based on what we expect from Rema, which is so sad, because I hate that we're expecting anything from him, but we expect him to be the next guy of Afrobeats. And the last EP didn't stick. Singles haven't stuck like that. Do you understand? Just locally. So, but then again, like I said, even the view of what Rema's success is very different. Rema's success is not pinned to Nigeria anymore. It has become a global thing. So
for sure. But anyway, appreciate the conversation so far on this topic. But I know Mr. Fax has had his hand up, and then Dante, and then Chief as well.
Hey, God. Actually Chief before Dante.
Sorry, guys.
It was Chief first.
Apologies. Everybody's hand went up when this topic came up, so everybody was just on the same line with me. So, Chief, you can go ahead. Thank you for your patience, of course.
Hey, God. Okay, so I just wanted to start from like the beginning of his career and everything. I feel like this expectation of Rema as the next prince of Afrobeat comes from like obviously aiming for commercial success and label push and everything. Because if we look at it critically, from the very first, if you remember, every time Rema dropped an Afrobeats EP from that Rema EP and everything, he would always juxtapose it with stuff that he wanted to make, which is things like that trap record, the whole thing that was going on. And I was a fan of Rema before people started getting onto him. From the days that people were calling him Indian boy, this one, that one, I was fighting for my life. Jesus Christ. I was fighting for my life. You people do not have ears and everything, which is why I think it's very important that people said, okay, musically inclined people versus, the general audience. And I've said this thing on his space previous. I think I said about Victoni. I'm going to bring it back again. Any idiot can make a commercial hit. Anybody can make a commercial hit. It takes next level genius for an artist and their team to now make something that's out of the box and then turn that into a commercial hit.
Right.
Now, like Rema and Roses for me, I don't know why. Hey, Pixel, I will fight you personally because I don't know why you would be a fan of Rema and then say that about Rema and Roses. Because for me, let's talk about from someone who's musically inclined, from the get-go, Rema and Roses was that album. I feel like people were expecting a typical Afrobeat album from Rema, which I think is always a mistake. Expecting anything typical. I feel like he goes out of his way to prove that he's not typical, to prove that he can do a bit of this, but essentially he's not a typical Afrobeat artist. I feel like he's one of those people who, if you ask him, he's going to say, oh, he wants to take Afrobeat to the next level, which is why I really fuck with him and Victoni a lot. Like I don't play with the both of them, really and truly. So yeah, the whole Ravage thing, I feel like, contrary to what everybody has said, I honestly, in the deepest recesses of my heart, I feel like the only reason why people are not considering Ravage a commercial success is because he didn't push it like that, which is kind of what he's doing now. He didn't really, the energy when he dropped all those EPs before Rave and Roses, and the energy he had for Ravage is very different. There was no, what's it called? All these lives that he used to go on, all these interactions, all these other things. It's not there anymore. So it's now up to you if you fuck with Rema to like listen to it and fuck with it and everything. Because I want you to remember that the space between when Ravage just dropped and when the EP started going up on apps like TikTok, it was like a month or so. All of a sudden, people were discovering Red Potion, Don't Leave. They were doing edits and everything to it. So it is now that he wants to drop a new album that people are now mentioning that, oh, Ravage was such a good EP. The song is so sexy. The undertone, the this, the that, which is what I think is going to happen for Victoni as well. Because all 14 songs on Victoni's album are objectively good. The only song I thought I was very confused by, even at the listening party, was that Kolo Mental Part 2. And then I lost the confusion at the recent Stubborn 100 thing that he did. Because when the song came on, everybody immediately said that, even though everybody was fronting like they didn't like the song before, when the song came, it was like, I don't know how to say, it was the energy. He transitioned from a song that was hype into Kolo Mental, which is also a very hype song. So everybody was just jumping, shouting, like that kind of thing. That is the kind of person Rema is. And then the Burna Boy was a call. If you remember very well, Burna Boy was, the thing with being a visionary is that everybody is going to insult you until it clicks. Everybody came as Burna Boy. His sound is one thing, his sound is, but when he started performing, even Ashake, when he started performing with live bands, when he started bringing their ideas to life, then people started getting it. So again, any fool can make a commercial hit. It is not hard. Like, look at the charts that we have today. It is not something that is so fantabulously hard. It is now you that will now. If you, I think that's the thing. Because even I'm sorry, I'm really going off, but yeah, even Don Jazzy mentioned there was a particular year where Rema used to go off. A particular period he used to go off every December. He would just come insult everybody and log out, that kind of thing. And people were like, they should seize his art. Like, people talk to Don Jazzy, they should seize his whatever. And Don Jazzy said something that really stuck with me that day. He said they kind of let Rema do his own thing. Like, he's not a creative that can really be controlled. And I feel like it becomes glaringly obvious in the EP and everything. Because this song, Addicted was one of the best songs on that album. And it was only musically inclined people that started fucking with it. This whole synth pop thing, Victoni did the same thing with Slow Down, with Tizo Touchdown and all of that. So I genuinely feel like this album is him exploring the full extent of his creativity as at now. Macham, I'm really expecting Macham to go up. Because now, fortunately for Rema, Oblé is going up. DJ YK's Oblé is going up. And DJ YK is a wizard when it comes to like street music, flipping music, and making them like very danceable. It will not occur to anybody until December when you start like fucking the song up in the club. It will not occur to everybody. This thing. Honestly, I didn't see the way Taj was mentioning it, but now that you said it, it does sound incomplete. What with being only 1 minute 30 seconds, but I get what he was trying to do, and me, I actually liked it. I just like, I don't skip the song when it comes on and everything. But yeah, the whole Beanie Boys, I feel I hope I'm wrong, but I honestly feel like with Beanie Boys, Macham, and that song, I feel like that's the extent of what we are going to get that we can conceptualize. I feel like the album is going to be surprising in a very, you'll be very confused when it drops way, but you'll get it later on. But then I just wanted to like hammer on the fact that the half the problem that people have with Rema is expecting things of him. Like, I feel like he doesn't even like it because he's always
But
going up his way to make that
we
point.
do that for
I
everybody.
think the only expectation that is valid for Rema is success.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not
I feel like
Sonics wise. Anybody, I don't think you can expect anything sonically from him. It's hard to
yeah, really,
expect
actually, it's
sonically.
anything
But I
that he
think
wants to do. Now, waiting there in mind, he goes to do.
but I think the reason why Sonics now creeps into the expectation is because we know what works.
Yeah, you that's what I'm trying to see. You know, before Rema came into and everything, everybody knew what worked. Everybody swore. They swore that his Indian sound will not go anywhere.
Was that actually a thing? Did people not raise Rema when he dropped?
I swear to Almighty God, I have screenshots on my phone.
Okay, but
I mean, there's always people
there's always
probably people that always say
screenshots.
stuff, but I don't think Rema has ever been doubted.
When he first dropped, when Mavins announced him, the announcement video that they did, it was it Connie or Iron Man?
Iron Man was the first preview.
Yeah. Thank you. That was the first preview. This was before he had even 200,000 followers on IG. And I was like, I like this song. And then I went to go and check WhatsApp. Hey, blood of Jesus.
Wait, did Dumebi come before Iron Man?
No. Iron Man was a single, then they all dropped. No, Iron Man was previewed first.
Yes.
And then the EP
But they all dropped
dropped.
together. They all dropped together.
When the entire EP dropped and Dumebi was topping the charts, that was when the video for Dumebi was shot. But Iron Man was the song they used to announce Rema.
Focus.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now that we are in this era of Afrobeats where everybody is starting to embrace diversity and everything, people are now, there are so many people that are Rema.
Are they expressing diversity?
Well, I won't say embrace diversity. There is a spectrum. There is a spectrum of Afrobeats listeners for sure.
People that are listening
mainstream there
and everything. It's not in the mainstream, but like in general. Some people that are listening to Shea Vibes now can go and listen to Tommy Thomas tomorrow. So like, I feel like there's never been. It's kind of like open market. It's like open season on everybody.
Okay, that's
there was a time where everybody wanted to sound like Wizkid. There was a time where everybody wanted to be Wizkid so bad, and then Rema came in and destroyed the scene. And then everybody started wanting to sound like Rema. They started doing the whole nasal vocals thing. This was just shortly before
Wizkid started it.
Yeah. Thank you. This was before Omale and Victoni like really, really blew up. Then their own wave went. Then we have Ashake. All of a sudden now people are remembering that there's something like Akbala music, that sort of thing. So I feel like Rema is like a pace setter. He's a taste maker in the sense that you will not get it now. The average listener might not get it now, but just allow the boy cook. Let him cook. I promise you, there will be at least 2-3 songs on that album that you start hearing like. I don't want to say look alike because I can't. The English is escaping me, but yeah, people will start trying to replicate what he has done. I bet that's part of the reason that he came to and was ranting the other day that people he brought back EP culture to life. which is why I said he doesn't
Oh no,
want.
no. I think, like I said, even the expectations that are put on him are not unfounded. He has trust me.
No,
Everything you said
they're not
is
found it,
facts.
but he doesn't want it.
All right.
I feel like that's the thing. He just doesn't want it.
All right.
And I just really,
Unfortunately for him, what he wants does not really matter.
I know.
You know what?
Yeah, in
He's
the
just
general
like
conversations,
at the
right?
moment
Yeah.
I'm just
at the moment he's just like Beyonce in her era where she's that no guy out there.
Now you can't help it.
Now you just
like
have to
there's
bring
no
the B
there's no point there's no point of him being an artist if they don't let this boy experiment. And that brings me to my final point. Evolution. When Rema first dropped, he was being marketed as a baby boy. You know, I mean we're the same age, so he was being marketed as the crush of all of us in our sets, that sort of thing. This whole baby boy, this clean look, this whatever look. The evolution started post Rave and Roses. That was when, before what's it called? Before Rave and Roses, during that Rema EP time, you didn't see him with smoke, you didn't see him in like unclean situations, you didn't see him like with tattoos or anything. Shortly after Rave and Roses, I don't want to call it a rebranding, I want to call it growth and evolution, because you have to grow and evolve in your sound, especially when you start music so young. That was what started happening that people are still not trying to get. When you grow in your sound, I feel like that's the same thing that Wizkid is suffering. People expect Wizkid to still be Wizkid of his debut album, and it cannot happen because his head is in a different space, different experiences, different everything. The same thing with Victoria. So like they're going to grow and explore, and if you don't let an artist like that explore, they will just be submitting rubbish for you week in, week out, and you will eat it. The same thing cannot now be said for someone like Ashake, because Ashake has been in the work since like 2015, and Ashake works with like a more indigenous, like local sound. Ashake knows what his sound is. That's why he didn't give a fuck when everybody was calling him Sungba Man, because that was what worked for him. And then he knew he had things like that Fuji Extraordinaire in the clip. He knows what he can do. He knows he's a live performer, that sort of thing. So now I feel like they should just let him grow and do his own thing. Yeah. Because this whole expectation thing, he will do his own thing and he will make it a commercial success. That's just what's going to happen. I promise you.
Okay, I think some of us just sound more confident than others. I think that's the only difference. I think we're all saying the same thing.
I don't have anything to say. I just want to add though.
Yeah.
That you are saying he will be a commercial success, and the question, not even a question, but a little bit of, because it's one thing to see the one side. What if it doesn't end up being a commercial success? Then what? What if he actually loses what it is that he's trying to gain? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Like yeah, these are hypotheticals, right?
Commercial success. You must.
Yeah. Anyway.
If his record label has anything to say about it, he must be the record label that could push Calm Down ahead of Soundgasm. There's nothing they can't do. I cut my cap for them. There is nothing they cannot do, honestly.
Okay. All right.
So what do you mean by Soundgasm? Sorry, Calm Down ahead of Soundgasm. What do you mean by that?
Well,
everybody said it now. Mentioned initially how Soundgasm was having a moment before Calm Down, and then Calm Down came on the scene, and then I don't know how to describe it. It kind of became like a thing where hierarchy shifted between top rated songs on the album. Because even till now, if you just search that River Roses and everything on Twitter, you see a lot of like Rivers, like core Rema fans talking about how Calm Down is not even top 5 on the album. But that was at some point started getting the attention, and that's the song that they chose to push. So they can push
equivalent to like I'm a piano with Ashake's album. I'm a piano thinking that that's gonna be the lead, but actually Lonely at the top was the one that got the most attention.
Sometimes the labels move with whichever song is having some momentum, and they piggyback on whichever momentum that they're having.
I thought you meant the Sonics.
Yeah,
I'm just
not
gonna
really.
segue from there and just talk.
Yeah, I think Dante. Yes, you have the floor, Dante.
Yeah, so I think it's very interesting living in a world of instant gratification for everything, and people not taking time to just calmly assess anything that is being brought to them. And again, that's interesting. Secondly, Rema has always been a polarizing artist, and apparently that's obvious. It wasn't obvious to me initially. I just thought this guy was doing something polarizing for this soundscape, yes, but like I didn't see the so-called hate for his sound and the way people were dissing the Indian thing, the fusion, until when I saw
it wasn't overwhelming. It wasn't overwhelming.
No, I wasn't seeing it, but apparently it was overwhelming for the artist. Now I'm going to make a point here about Burna and Rema, which is reaction to certain things, and they've addressed things people have had issues with them with and how they've reacted to it, right? Which is, it seems artists are in a bubble, but not really. It's as if they are being fed the negative things that are being said about what they are doing, and then that reinforces them to like go harder or something. That's a theory I have
It's it's
because I
it's
see.
it's a human, it's a human like dynamic, especially with social media engineering. Is that you're always going the negative tone, essentially in a sea of positive, would always stick out and feel a lot more prevalent than the positive comments
Yeah.
that they are there.
Well,
It's a regular
that's
thing. It's a
valid.
regular thing for most people.
That's valid, but it's just something about for me. But yeah, as I was saying, so Rema is a polarizing artist,
Yeah.
and his balance is always gonna come from certain records
Mm-hmm.
that are gonna. I think someone was saying this record took him to the next level, and that record took him to the next level. But amidst those records dropping, there were a bunch of records around it that quote unquote are not appealing to like the general public. There's an A&R friend of mine that I used to argue with. He used to tell me, we don't have enough music heads in Nigeria, and I used to be like, get your line. And this year I'm starting to like agree with him on a certain level, because it's becoming very glaring that people are not seeing what could be. Everything I've heard from Rema's snippet so far feels like something that should have existed. It feels like, yo, everybody has been pandering to the audience. I think it was recruitment that said people don't know what they want. And it's interesting to say people don't know what they want. It's a very wild statement. But until they are given. But then when every time you're just doing something so that it works, do it so that it works. You're not creating art because you want to create art. It's just going to be somehow. If you want the commercial records, he's still going to make the commercial records.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But he's also going to show people, hey, this is Rema. This is what Rema does.
Yeah.
Calm Down being his biggest record is not that crazy because it sounds like a very commercial record, to be honest, right? It's for a Rema standard, it's kind of watered down, right? And it's his most successful record. That doesn't mean because, oh, I've had this now, I'm not going to not do the things I actually want to do, the things I think I can do. Ravage is a great project, sure, but like, what's going to come next? You know, what's going to come next doesn't necessarily have to be like, oh, I'm trying to top the level of the level at which I expressed my skill set,
Yeah.
and I showed them I could do like some crazy notes and harmonies, and then I looked at my producers and we had some crazy musical arrangements. It could be like, okay, I'm gonna have fun, but at the same time I'm gonna push the needle forward.
Yeah.
And then people are gonna see it. And Rema, again, like Taj said, I don't think I ever viewed it as, oh, I'm just a Nigerian artist. This is not like I'm a Nigerian artist. I'm a world artist, like world class artist from Nigeria. So his music will be successful, like God's grace, right? But I feel people are too worried for what is uncertain at the end of the day, you know.
Okay.
So sorry, I was gonna say a point about like Connie, right? I like Connie. I like Connie. I think
Corny the
everything is
song or like corny in
no.
general?
Connie in general.
Oh.
Like people say this is Connie, that is Connie. Everything's Connie until it becomes successful at the end of the day.
Okay. Right.
You know.
Right.
So
No.
like
No facts.
when in fact the whole process of like trying to record and get unique melodies is weird. Like if somebody put a camera in front of you,
It's gonna
it's gonna
sound
feel, yeah. But then when it comes together and it's well engineered, it's gonna sound beautiful. Like that's this thing. There's beauty in this chaos, and I am seeing it glaringly. About HEHEHE, it's just I'm gonna drop
I
this.
know you didn't just spell it
The
out.
boss say H.
Wait, you
I'm
said
not.
itchy, eh?
Yeah, I said
No, but
HEHEHE.
you can. You're a man. You can say he. You know, just go for it.
That doesn't sound very manly.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the one that
I
said
take
like
that back.
Connie. Do Connie now.
Just go for it. Yeah, exactly. Let's embrace corny, bro. Let's
Bro,
embrace it.
Connie is based on whoever's perception, but
I'm
I
kidding, man.
I pronounce it as HEHEHE. To me, it's just like a banger that is an interlude.
That's like eating a banana sideways. Bro, just go for the top, you know? Like it's okay.
Why?
Hey,
Don't worry about that.
Emma,
Hey,
Emma, Ima,
Go for what?
pause,
You said go for.
pause. Where are we going with this?
Anyway,
You said
I
go
don't
Dante,
for.
know
Emmanuel,
what.
what?
Dante.
I
Sorry?
don't know what
Eating a
Eating a
banana
banana
Emmanuel means
sandwich
by
sandwich.
is
that.
crazy.
Emmanuel, I don't understand though.
Anyway, man.
Yeah. So what was I saying? Guy, you made me lose my train of thought. All right,
My
I
bad,
was
my
speaking
bad.
about HEHEHE,
Yeah,
yeah.
itchy,
So
itchy.
the song, bro, Monday Motivation. And the thing is, anytime he said the when he tweeted the Big Four thing, I thought to myself, isn't that like based on generation? But I was like, "Ah, come on, man, whatever." Then I heard it on this record, and I'm like, you know what? I enjoy sometimes when artists uh use ego as currency
Mm-hmm.
to spend on whatever music they are making and crafting. I think is interesting and like it's kind of valid. The
Yeah.
dude is like, a mega star. So like I'm not it doesn't come off in a weird way to me. You get me?
Yeah.
And what I think someone said something about him dropping arrogantly, like, all right, I'm dropping, like, take. And again, all my opinions involve everything except Beanie Boys. I have no opinion about that record. So
Okay.
uh minus that record plus everything I've said. Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
You just said
I,
for the boys though.
Yeah, it's just a matter
wait,
of
what?
voice. And
I can't give opinion on what I didn't listen to.
oh, thank you, Pixel. Are you
Yeah.
hearing? Pixel, did you
Sorry, I
hear
didn't
that?
get that.
He
I
says
didn't get
he's
that.
not
What did you
giving an
say?
opinion on something he didn't listen to.
Wait. When did that? The man in I saw you. Just the good. Don't worry.
Nah,
Wait, he's
I
talking about the Tiwa album. How
no,
did I even
no,
remember that?
yeah, yeah. It was when we were talking about the Tiwa album. Pixel didn't hear it. It was talking about it for like almost half an hour, and then I at times realized he was saying some things that was quite off about the album. And I asked him, "Did you listen to it?" And I was like, "Nah, he did it." And then it's just a
One
running
of
I
the
did
joke.
not
one of
say I did not. I
No,
said
no, but it's just a running
I
joke
said I
between me and
gave
him,
a
bro.
lazy listen.
I'm just teasing.
A
I'm just
lazy
teasing you. I'm
listen.
just teasing you,
Iman,
bro. Pixel, I'm teasing you, bro. It's a running joke. Come on. Anyway, um,
running joke that he's not part of the joke. Chai.
That's crazy.
God, I
anyway,
beg.
man, where are we? Thank you, Dante,
Yeah,
for that.
yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm gonna just say one last
Oh,
thing
okay.
about the music, which is the snippets. I know I mentioned something, but is this
Yeah.
these are good records.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's no. I wish we could have a conversation about what pen game is, because some people are confused. Is it that? See, here's the thing. I think you shouldn't care about the positives on the internet as much as you don't care about the negatives on the same level. Because is it that people are saying things now just for
Clicks.
not even clicks, man? Like you just attention, but it's not just about the clicks. It's just more about themselves.
Agitates.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Like let me first talk so that when we look back, you're gonna say I said it first.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, that's
Hot
like
takes, basically.
yeah. So like that's the thing. I think people should try and see the beauty in what's going on. This should have been done a long time ago. This is gonna help us have niches. That's the most positive thing that could happen out of this situation. When artists start, you know, doing what artists should do, which is making records involve a certain level of academics,
Mm-hmm.
and it is evident in certain artists and it's not in some. That doesn't make them bad. They make music wherever, however way they want to make it. But that's just my opinion. This is brilliant. This is well done. This is still us. This is still Nigerian music at the end of the day. It still
Yeah.
feels Nigerian. It's just more 2024. And I know I mentioned Peso Pluma before, but that was his whole thing in a way, which is it's still very Mexican, but it's still very modern. So
Right.
this is very Nigerian, but it's still very, very modern.
Right.
So yeah, that's mostly what I have to say.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Dante. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I know Mr. Fax wanted to speak on this. Um, do you do you have your hand up literally, or are you trolling?
Yeah, I have a lot to say. Is Adea you're still here or he left?
Uh, I think he left.
These are the
But
issues
but you can speak
because
speak to, you can yeah you can speak to what he says.
okay,
Let's have the
all right.
conversation.
For me, I see. I don't know why people feel a certain way about Rema's music, right? Rema, it's like this is what you get when you blow up that fast, and he has a point to prove. Everybody wants to see something better than what he did the last time, album wise. and that is when you go that quick early in your career so fast, and now you had to keep that consistency, and that's where that depth you have in you, that beast in you will come out. Now, for Rema's case, shit, what's going on with this? For Rema's case, in my opinion, right, if I'm looking at an album holistically, right, cohesiveness, structure, songwriting, sound, everything that he delivers, even with his previous album that he did with Raven Roses.
Right.
I want Nigerians to have this mentality. The world doesn't revolve around Nigeria. This is 2024. In fact, if I'm going to be honest, these artists care less what people think about them back home. If I'm going to be honest, because at the end of the day, if they are not making fortune, what's this noise coming? Where's this noise coming from? At the end of the day, if they're not making fortune from what they put out there, to them, it's not a successful album. To them, because we have to look at holistically what the artists are looking for, what numbers they want to drive, what certain audience they're catering for, whether it's Ninja or it's not Ninja or they say local classic or God drop that thing. It's either you guys bang on it or you join the rest of the world and jump on it. If it's generally accepted globally, I think somebody said universally accepted and all that. Rema is big now. All eyes is on him. Same thing I'm putting on Rema, I'm putting the same thing on Tyler. I'm waiting for Tyler's next project. Because this is where we want to see, do you have that thing in you? Wizkid situation, someone said everybody wants to sound like Wizkid. You know, when Wizkid came out that time, let's not forget that all thanks to MI for putting him on that hook that gave Wizkid a voice, right? Before some people would be like, oh, Big Three and Big Whatnot. Oh, girl, listen, back then there was nothing like Big Three. Wizkid made young people feel like, yes, we could do this music and put track, lock horns with the big boys. Because at some certain age bracket that time in Nigeria that you have to be before you become that big of a star. Wizkid was that small, young,
19-year-old.
successful
Yeah.
guy that, that turned the corner, right? And people were like, wow, this could happen, right? But as at then, Whiskey wasn't like the big thing in Nigeria. Then globally, he started carving his age there, get to do song with Drake. That put him on a big pedestal, right?
That's a
Right. So
bit of a fast track of Wizkid's
yeah, I know. I'm
timeline.
just like giving like Whiskey's how he grew,
I know,
how
but
he decided.
were you saying he wasn't adored or big before
He was big.
One Dance?
One Dance is big now.
I know One Dance is big, but I'm just to make sure we're clear. Like, you're not saying he wasn't generally accepted before One Dance in Nigeria. Is that your point?
No, he was generally accepted when it becomes like that global thing of a star. When everybody wants to sound like Wizkid, right? If you look, the Wizkid we have back then, for some reason, for some weird reason, he's not keeping up to that pace. Even his last successful album, if I'm correct, it's What You and I Know, as made in Lagos. Till today, Wizkid has not given us something above that standard. Now, the same thing might happen to Rema. If this album don't look better than what he dropped last, that might be the beginning of the end. As much as everybody love him enough, because if you look at what he did before in his previous album versus what people are expecting, the expectation now, the bars are high on what everybody wants to see a Rema drop, locally and globally. And I believe, one thing I know for sure, Rema has that thing in him. He could deliver. But with this song I'm seeing, the HH whatnot he's doing,
how do you go from it?
Hold on.
Everybody just call it hey, man. Nobody's going to bite you. Just say hey, man.
So, with what he's doing with that stuff, right? Maybe I don't
know.
know.
I don't know why
For me,
it's hard for you people.
I don't see Rema in that light for what I have known him for. This guy, let's not forget, this guy he's big. whether anybody likes it or not, right? Number wise,
right,
streams wise, everything is really on Rema's favor right now. He is at a peak of that career where he needs to stay consistent or do something better than what he dropped before. Now, two things involved with ego sets in, and he feel he's there already, and he started being, feeling nonchalant about his craft and started trying to just feel like, still massaging his ego from what the success of his previous album is, than looking into the future of where he needs to be by going a step higher than what he dropped before. That's up to Rema to deliver. That's up to Rema to show me, hey, look, I'm still that guy. I have it in me. I could stay consistent for the next 10, 6 years coming ahead of that latest album or previous album he dropped before, which is his
Right.
biggest success in my opinion, right? That consistency is what everybody wants. The criticism gonna be big compared to what they give Ashake. Because Rema needs to do that thing again. At least if you don't do it again, we want to see something even close
Right.
to that standard. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Mhm.
So everybody right now, all eyes, like that's why I said this success, quick success is somehow it becomes nemesis to you, it becomes a problem for you, it becomes like a curse. Where okay, if I can go above what I did before, then everybody gonna rate my album as whack because it's not better than what I dropped before. And that has been, as sad as it could sound, that has been Whiskey's story today. Maybe he
Okay.
might turn the corner, fine. But I believe, because I still believe again that Whiskey got what it takes,
Yeah.
Rema got what it takes, but can they go above that they drop before that we know them for? Now, if I put this into the people who are like, oh, I'm trying to push an agenda, I'm not pushing no agenda.
Okay.
Somebody has been consistently doing it till this day. And that's why he's so different from the rest in the park. And that's me to believe
Oh, you
again.
gotta do
Hold
this,
on, hold on, hold on, guys.
nigga.
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
Let him
guys.
do it. It
Hold on,
somehow
guys. Hold
has
on,
to
hold on,
conclude
guys.
on
Hold
that.
on. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Again,
If Bernard does not
oh,
enter the
God, see,
conversation for Mr. Fat,
these
we
are
would
this is the
we die.
issue. These are the issues. When I calm down, I beg. There's a
My brother,
template
come
I'm
up for
looking.
some air.
Yeah,
God.
there's a template I'm looking, right. I'm using, like, okay, fine, this is the standard. Someone has done this to this level, someone stayed consistent to this level. Even these guys, they even say themselves, it's like me, I'm coming here to praise anybody. They giving their own statement about this and this and this, like this person is a person we look up to and say, yes, this is the standard we want to go above that standard. You got to beat who you dropped, like, be better of yourself, be better version of yourself of who you were yesterday. Like, you gotta stay consistent. You gotta stay hungry. You gotta keep pushing, getting better than what you dropped before. Now, will this album do that? I'm finger crossed, waiting to see. But with the drops I'm seeing, it's not giving me. I'm not seeing that. Maybe there's something in that album that you and I don't know. There's something there maybe we've not listened to. I'm just really, really. I can't wait to put my hands on that album and just consume everything from a neutral guy that don't like music that wants to fall in love with someone's art. And if Rema have that in him, I believe so. He will show me in this album is about to drop. So everybody's being too critical about all this. That I understand where it's all coming from because everyone want to see something better than Calm Down. Everybody want to see something better than everything he dropped on that deluxe. Everybody want to see that. Everybody.
Okay.
And Nigerians should just believe again.
But we
Our
saw you.
artists are not catering alone for people back home.
Okay.
These
Noted.
guys are globally big,
Noted.
and in fact, their focus right now is to be on the same wavelength with all those big top artists you see
Right.
abroad.
Right.
Like, they want to be neck and neck with those guys. So, and when you want to move to that level, who cares about what somebody's who be kwankwaso, as somebody will say? Who care about what somebody is trying to tell me? You gotta sound like this person or sound like that. They don't care. Like, these guys want to go ahead of their career. It's either you join them or you just stay there and be expecting them to come give you that kind of music you expect them to give you. Like, they still in. This is not 2001. This is not 1995. Okay, we've moved. Music have moved to a bigger level right now, and all thanks to the fact that we have our artists today that are holding it for all for at least Nigeria. When you talk about African
Right.
music, if you don't talk about Nigeria, then you've not even started a conversation yet. And
Okay.
all thanks to all these artists till this day, staying consistent, trying to push the needle and push it to that next level. So for Rema, I'm just waiting to see, can this guy really do what he did better than what can he drop an album better than what he dropped before with this new one he's coming with. That is something I'm really intrigued to see. But with this he or what you call it, ha ha ha, It's not doing it for me. It's not a
Hey,
good
che,
look.
che, che.
Hey,
Okay.
what they call
Okay. Okay. In summary, you're a bit scared and wary of
I'm
the
a bit
album.
scared.
Okay.
Like I'm
Got it.
just like
Got it.
worried. Like it's not
Okay.
giving me that
Got it.
Rema used to know.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Fax. Appreciate it. I'm not sure how the stage is currently is set up because I know I have some more requests I would like to get up. But to anyone that is currently on stage that has spoken, if I'm not sure if people still wanna chime
I have
in
not
or.
spoken at all.
Yes,
I have not spoken at
I think
all.
Ginger will go up next, but I'm just
Yeah,
prefacing
because
by
there are
saying,
quite a few requests, and
yeah,
it's for some reason Twitter is glitching.
it's very messy with the space right now. So but regardless, we're going to be rotating the stage in a quick second. So appreciate everyone that's been able to add to the conversation
Yeah, let me
so
even
far.
drop real quick.
Yeah, appreciate that, man. Appreciate you guys.
Please, can I go after Ginger, please, so that
eh,
I have not said my points yet.
Why that guy run?
I thought you did, but you don't need to address him per se. But I mean, you can address him without him being here. Is my point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No
Go
wala,
ahead,
no
Ginger.
wala.
No, you can address him. He's listening. He's in listeners.
Yeah. No need. Yeah. Obviously, yeah, we know what he's about. So yeah.
Yeah.
He'll be in Rochester and then he knows everything back home. No wala. Okay. As I was saying, I think what's her name? I think the Rennie babe also, with the chief title. She said most of the things that already like centers around what Rema is about
Sorry,
and what
who?
Rema's brand is. Rema. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Who said? Oh,
Rennie also. I mean, what's her name? Chief, the one
Hey,
with the
oh,
chief.
Chief. Gotcha.
Yes. I
All
said
right.
she already said stuff about like what Rema is about, and that's amazing. Like she put it amazingly, but I'd like to just like add to that and say that I don't know why Nigerians, for the life of me, and there you kind of like touched a bit on it, but still kind of like dissuade again, where he said that for people who are like music heads who listen to what music is, would appreciate Rema's art and artistry, but the average listener would maybe not grasp. But for the longest time, we've we've been on this road of constantly consuming. Yes, it's a norm that we should have lamba, bedu, kinikon, gbogbo, all these, konto, kinikon,
Yep.
But at least, as in, like, now 2020, like, we're headed to, what's it called? Soon, we go soon reach 2030. We're in the future. Like,
Yeah.
we're not in the past. We should start moving to the future. Like, this kid said he's the future and he's living in the future. He's not living in the past.
Okay.
And for what we call global, like we're saying, global dominance and whatnot, I do not agree with people who are saying, oh no, they do not care about back home. No, they do care for back home as well. Like they do care about your opinions. That's why our opinions hurt them the most still. Because if whatever they're saying back home is what is getting them either ramped up or ramped up, and I'm speaking to somebody, you know who, he who is
Yeah.
not to be mentioned, Voldemort
Yeah.
here of the industry. Anyways, as I was saying,
Did you say Voldemort?
yes, they actually do care about it. So it's not like it's a given. Trust me.
Yeah.
Even terms, she said it. They asked her, why did you bring your listening party the night before the release of your album? She said if she's gonna do the first thing ever in her entire career, which is debut, it has to be in the home of her birth, in the home of whatever, in the home of her experience and what have you. You feel me? So your home is home. Forget whatever. Home is still home. So I'm not saying that he's not going to still pander to the Nigerian audience. He's still definitely going to pander to the Nigerian audience. That's why it's called a project. If a project is dropping, there will still be tracks that will pander to the Nigerian audience.
Yeah.
It will be there
I think that's the
for
expectation, to be
sure.
honest. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's no like this is going to go off board in totality. No, You still have Bedu. You still have that thing that you want. Obviously, he's Nigerian and he's under a label that does that. So, but what we're seeing here is a guy that is trying to tell you that, or not even trying to tell you, he has been saying it for the longest from his debut, that he's not just this guy. He's so bold. He's so, however, daring. He takes on tracks, sound. I don't know. I don't know if people carefully listen to him. Like you go and listen to tracks like what's it called? There's this track that I love so much on River and Roses. I've forgotten. Nah, damn. It will come to my head. It's one of the tracks that I have never. This one, don't say. At least I've been on this earth for 30 plus years now, and I'll say this for a fact that I have never heard a Nigerian do that, like on a track.
Is he
Is it
addicted?
Don't
That
Leave?
Should I
sound
take a guess and say addicted is what you're thinking?
addicted. God bless you.
Is
Oh,
addicted.
Emmanuel, God go bless you anywhere where you do.
It was kind
That's
of
the
obvious.
track. Like, yeah, that's the track I'm talking about. No, yeah.
It was,
I couldn't think
No,
about
because
it on time.
people have said that about addicted that no other Nigerian can make it, which I think
I'm telling you, it's not like no other Nigerian can make it. No, I said no. I didn't say no other Nigerian can
You
make
won't
it, but my
expect
take
it of
is
a Nigerian
Yeah.
artist.
I wouldn't expect of a Nigerian artist. Like Nigerians have not gone that part, that route, and made that like on a mainstream level.
Right, on the
And
mainstream level. Yes.
yeah, on a mainstream level. So like that, is futuristic, the sound, like the oh my god, and he still went oh yeah, like people don't still get it. I'm like, bro, you are telling me he should not tell you he can make space for the big four, and you're saying somebody else. No, I don't think so. He is. He is. If he's pushing that, he is, and that's the title of the album. He is. He definitely is. That's what he's telling y'all. But nobody's getting that. So I think the kid is phenomenal. From the first day, from the day that I met him, I could tell like there's no way this kid is not flying. Like
Mad.
he's different. His reasoning is different. Even the way he talks as a kid. I met him in the kitchen, like in Lekki. That's before they even activated them, 2017. This was I was like, this boy at your age, the things you're saying, nah, there's no way. And his composure and his no, he just forget it. He's the future.
Right.
He's the future. Just
All
what
right.
he's
So
been saying it. He is.
okay. So basically,
And that's what me. I'm not afraid of the album. I'm not afraid. I don't have any fear in my mind. He would deliver. He
Okay.
would. If you're saying commercial success, he will have commercial success. I don't think commercial success is beneath him. He'll get commercial success, and that's no doubt. Because even when he dropped Beanie Boys, people say, "Hey, this one dead. He dead. This one is not good." He still got number one. They were like, Ashake is going to get number one over him.
Right.
And somebody said Ashake is the guy to get the big four spot. I'm like, nah, how? Where? With what? With what number? With what? With how? Like I can't say. From where? Like how? Like it's not even if you're even placing them side by side and saying like who gives you an instantaneous star quality when they dropped. It's that kid. You can't deny like instantaneous. You can't say like I'll put my money on this. Like there's a difference that you can tell, and everything, branding, focusing, how you roll out, how your vision is, mood board, stagecraft, everything. Like bruv. He's as global as it comes.
Right.
I don't know what else you're like saying.
Well
He's
said.
everything and more. So basically, I think Nigerians should start embracing, and for the longest, change is what we've been preaching. Let's start embracing that same change, because it's the same people who come to these platforms and say, "Oh, this artist is so mundane. This artist is so redundant. Oh, it sounds like 2014. Oh, it sounds like outdated. It sounds what they call that thing. There's an English you guys use often on this page. I can't remember the English.
Wait.
Only English normal. They say it's outdated. I think it's Taj that uses that a lot. It's outdated. Sounds dated. Dated. The hair sounds dated. Sound outdated. Sound kinikon. Sound 2012. Sound 2020 kinikon. But boy, as futuristic. He's so. This boy is so futuristic as possible. He's so experimental as possible. He's pushing the boundaries. He's pushing the envelope. He's taking chances on where people do not want to go, where people sleep on their freaking, what's it called, most comfortable zone, and be giving us the whole Amapiano, bing, 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 where everybody's been complaining. No, Nigerians are so, I don't even know. People have been shouting, Amapiano is tiring, it's tiring, it's tiring. They are not giving you something that is not Amapiano. People are not saying, I don't know anything. I don't know this one. I don't know that one. What the fuck? I don't understand you guys. I don't get it.
No, but
It's a bit more
but
nuanced
I'm just
than
saying.
that.
can we?
I know.
It's a bit more nuanced than that, but
You know, you can
I
give us
know.
something new, and if something new does not tap,
yeah.
does
There's
not
there's
tap.
still the possibility.
No, we
of,
didn't say it to not. Yeah, we know. I don't have a problem with that. He is not my focus. My focus the track Gongo that me are focused on is that one that has that East African slash
that East African
Indian
record too. That's my favorite
Oh
too.
my Jesus!
That's my favorite.
They
Of the
enter my
snippets.
bone. That's
I love that snippet. Yeah.
That one. Don't worry. That's the record.
Yeah.
That's the record. This one I just to brush the waters. This is not the focus.
Yeah,
I
I think the song is a loose release. It's a very loose,
It's
low
not like
pressure release.
it's just to put statement or something to say that
Yeah.
I'm that guy. One thing. It's not like anything serious per se.
Yeah.
So
But yeah.
But anyways, I'm just saying to wrap up. You guys should catch up now. Buy the. I mean, how they say that thing? Buy the
stocks.
Buy the dip.
Buy the
Yeah, buy
stock.
the dip. Buy the stock. Buy the dip. Buy the whatever. Because the train we're moving on. By the time we now do all the where we are getting to the level again, you now start saying the way everybody starts saying that. Oh, Bonner is this, Bonner is that. I don't want to go to that, but I'll still go to that. Bonner is this, Bonner is that. Everybody's not catching up. But that guy was making a different sound too, on some sort. Yeah, he was. He was making leaning sounds. He was making sounds that wasn't like the regular too.
Yeah.
But he had regular sounds too. But he was making some irregular sounds too. So, but people weren't, really messing with it per se, because they were used to the whole Pangolo music at the time. So, but now everybody's kind of catching up too. So in the same way, people will catch up. Anyways, shut up.
So basically, I think everyone just has different confidence levels at which that album is going to feel like. So I think we're all in one accord. Everybody wants to hear Rema. But it just looks like, some people are much more confident than others. And I think that's expected. So it's fair to have that range of opinions in this kind of conversation. So appreciate you, Ginger, for steering the conversation, I guess, back to that confidence level.
Sorry. I just wanted to address Ginger quickly. The playlist on the Jumbotron is specifically because of you, because you mentioned
what playlist?
How much you like Addicted. This I just put on the Jumbotron now. That whole synth.
Is that yours?
Synth pop type sound.
Yep.
Yeah, that whole type sound. Yes, specifically because of you. That's why I put it there. Yes, that's all. Bye bye.
Washiri. I'll check it out.
Brilliant. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I really want to say something.
Wait, sorry. Have we rotated the stage at all? That's the question. I don't know. Have we rotated the stage?
Yeah, I
Do we
don't
still have
know.
everybody?
I just know that Pixels.
Emma, can I speak real quick? Then I'll go down.
09V hand is up to.
Oh man.
Can I speak real quick and I'll go down?
Yeah. Who's that?
09V.
Okay. Hey, I can't see who that is.
09V.
Oh yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
All right.
Go ahead.
So I would like to make 2 points, then connect it to make a conclusion on the Rema P. I think the first thing is one, we need to understand that this is his first project on the international label. I think that should give us sort of a confidence that when it comes to the commercial success. I mean, the last 2 projects has been under Johnson and Maven's distributing, licensing, and producing. And I think it's the second one Universal will be producing after Arista Zone. So I feel like to an extent, we need to give him this sort of confidence. And I really need us to drive our mind back to, how am I going to explain this? All right, pre if and for Davido, he signed a contract with Sony, and then he released a body of work that flopped, Son of Messi. If you can remember, he said something like, that shit really fucked up with his confidence. I think I've seen his couple of interviews there. And I feel like that's the same thing that just I really put in on Rema said right now.
this is the first project with an international label, and Universal being a major label, to be specific, they would definitely need something that is unusual from me, which I think that was what they asked from Davido. And to me, I always say this, that was like one of Davido's best projects. But to the fact that Nigerians did not really fuck with it, it flopped to an extent.
Which
So
song?
I'm
Which
just
album?
Son of Mercy.
Son of
Son of
Mercy.
Mercy, Son of Mercy. Son of Mercy
Okay.
has very beautiful songs. Very, very
But
beautiful songs.
I'm
I
not
do not
agreeing
know
with
why.
you.
See,
If
today
you
I
insist, you're correct.
have not forgiven the Nigerian music audience for not fucking with that EP.
That forgiveness
Very
is there,
beautiful
bro.
songs. The one with
I'm not.
Tinashe, the
Yeah,
one
I'm
with
not agreeing.
Simi.
I'm not agreeing with you at all. You're very correct. Anything you say is correct.
All right, maybe this is my own personal opinion. Yeah. All right. So I'm just trying to say that this is Mirama's first project with an international label, and we shouldn't put that type of thing in the team or wherever it's. But for real, I think what's his name? One guy said the other time that they should care less about the positive and negative remarks. I know the team will care less about that, but yeah, they're saying this. We should make these guys feel like, okay, when you're trying new thing with a new label, you should. Nah, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for me. We are the negative comments on especially when we are complaining about, we have been listening to the same thing over and over, and someone wants to try a new thing with a new label, and then the negative comments will come again. It doesn't seem nice. Then my second comment, which leads me to the conclusion, is that what Rennie said earlier about Nigerians not noting what they want, especially when it comes to art, and until you give it to them. I think the only time we knew what we want was pre-COVID, when the trending songs were the Mr. the Leg Bebe, this guy that featured Whiskey, that which I don't know how I got it, Slim Case, Moshozondi. It was what was trending then, and yeah, every one of us knew this is not where we ought to be. And thankfully, before COVID to start, we were able to change that with the embellishment terms anomaly. So what I'm trying to say is, every one of us are now complaining now that we especially the ANRs on the TL, we are complaining, we are tired of where we are right now, but you still cannot direct us to where we should go. So why don't we just calm down and let the producer, in this sense, I'm taking it from the angle of goods, the producer of the goods and services, why don't you wait until they present it to us, we consume it, and decide if this is where we want to go. I saw something on Bizuti recently, just now. I think he posted it like an hour ago, and I was discussing it with a friend like yesterday, that I feel like where we need to go is something close to them, because right now we've gotten the deep, wherever, the R&Bs, the deep lyrics writer, they've given us everything. Now we still say this is not where we want to be. Maybe what we need to be is something danceable, and not and a bit deeper than something danceable, and say the lyrics is deeper and genuine. I feel like that's what Rema is giving us. So let us all calm down. Let the producers now, like I said, producers of the goods and services, let them offer it to us. Let us consume it and see if this is where we want to be and if this is where we are going. So that's what I have to say. So in conclusion, I'm confident on this when it comes to the market value. I'm confident on this project based because this is the first project under the international label, and I believe it's going to do well. And yeah, secondly, I'm very, very anxious about what the project is going to give. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Short and simple. I love it. Yeah, man, that was cool in terms of bringing everyone back again. I don't know who my next speaker is. I'm not sure because a lot of people are wanting to go, but I think
I beg, make I
I've
go.
still not
Pixel, it's
gone.
Pixel, it's Pixel.
no, but Pixel
So
has gone before. That's the reason.
But
Essentially, Pixel, please make it very brief because we have new speakers. So appreciate that.
but why do you be like this?
Pixel, trust me, I love you deep down, bro. Listen. This is nothing against you. We have a lot of speakers. Is my point, but
Okay, all
yeah,
right. But to be very honest, I actually said my point initially,
yeah, you
but
did.
but now the conversation later changed.
Right.
Adidayo came up and spoke and said some stuff that I was not really in agreement with, and that was when I was like I wanted to really speak.
Right.
So the thing is, I feel like we are kind of getting it wrong with Rema. Now, Rema, first things first, his major audience, people that really mess with his music, aren't Nigerians. So when we say, oh, his
Wait,
songs
what?
aren't,
Okay, let's keep going. Keep going.
they
I've
aren't
seen that. I don't know
Nigerians.
where
And
you got that from.
Wait. Keep going. Let him keep going.
okay, let's start from the basics now. Rema has 24 million monthly listeners on Spotify. From Nigeria, the Nigerian audience is 1.1. That's just to start with. All right. Now, Rema came 2019. True now, Rema came
Okay.
2019 with other 2019 boys and all that. All right. And the top 10 songs for each year from 2019 to 2023, Rema does not have a song on top 10. Best for the year. I'm not saying weekly or when
Wait.
it
Sorry.
drops.
Could you repeat that again? I just want to be sure.
Okay.
Could you repeat what you
On
just said now?
Apple Music, right? Nigeria.
Right.
Apple Music, Nigeria. The top 10 songs for each year from 2019. So 2019, the best songs in Nigeria, top 10. He does not have. The same 2020, 2021, 2022,
On Apple
2023.
Music.
Yes, you can go and confirm it. Nigerian audience, he doesn't.
May God release you people from
Which list?
Apple
Wait,
Music
which
chat.
lists?
Apple
Year
Music
end of
bondage.
the. Which list are
Blood
you talking
clot.
about?
No, because
He
every year
said
Apple Music
Apple Music.
releases
They release
the
it, you
end of
can
the
check.
year
There's no Rema
charts.
song.
Okay, no.
I mean,
no.
Yeah,
And
you can check.
Obama is putting Rema on his playlist every
Wait,
time.
I can't. We would have to fact check what he said, but he's saying
Yeah,
it.
you can.
Yeah.
Of course, you can. I just said it out. You can check.
Yeah.
So, like I said, Rema's major audience, right? There are many of Rema songs that don't do well here, but are certified outside. That doesn't mean it does not have good audience or it does not have songs that resonate with the Nigerian audience. But most of his songs, like for crying out loud, his debut EP was it had Iron Man, it had Why, it had Connie. These are not songs that are really known to the Nigerian audience, and it's why Rema doesn't do so well in Nigeria. Most of his success is majorly outside.
Okay.
Like,
Can I pause you
these are
there?
things that
Can I
can
pause
check.
you? Can
Okay,
I pause
which
you?
Rema? Okay,
Can I
does
pause you
Rema
there?
have any
Sorry, because
project?
I just did one quick like confirmation of what I thought I wasn't crazy. You brought up his Spotify numbers, right? He says he has, right now currently has 24 million monthly listeners.
Yeah.
And also they also share the cities that listen to him the most, right?
Okay.
And Lagos is number one with over 600,000. And
Okay.
the next city after that is Paris with 390. So I think Lagos still has a bulk, or at least Nigeria, I would say. I mean, just going off of that, just going off of the cities.
But you know, okay.
Yeah,
Why I would say there was a change was because of the Beanie Boys. Like, obviously, there's Beanie Boys. Obviously.
Yes.
Wait,
But Beanie Boys is not the reason. Beanie Boys is not the reason.
No, I'm not saying it. It can't be the only reason.
Okay.
But for Lagos
Beanie
to
Boys.
be number one, Beanie Boys is actually Beanie Boys.
Okay, but
for crying out loud, it's in his top 5 already.
No, but you said something like 1% of his listenership is Nigeria.
No, I don't say 1%, but like 1.1.
Oh, 1.1 million. Sorry, I heard that
Yes,
wrong.
from the Nigerian audience. Exactly.
Okay. Sorry. That's possible. That's possible.
Yes, you can check it.
Sorry, I thought it was 1.1%. That's why I was like, wait,
no,
hold up.
No, he said 1.1 million.
No. 1.1
Got
million.
you.
Exactly. So, major, he has songs that are not Nigerian focused. It's more like, we had to buy into his style of music, and I kind of understand it. That's why I don't really get the comparison of him and Fireboy and other people. Yes, Nigeria messes with his songs and all that. It's the same thing with Thames. Most of her listens, most of the streams that she gets are outside of Nigeria. It's just how it is. For some artists, it's just that way. So you cannot put them in the same. I cannot say you cannot put them, but they just have different audience majorly. So when he brought Ashake up, I was really confused in the Big Four. Like, what metric does Ashake have over Rema? He doesn't. He does not have any metric over Rema, and it's just really. I don't know, but at the end of the day, right, I feel, right, compared to other projects, I feel this particular project is where I see Rema intentionally trying as much as possible to make his sound cater to the Nigerian African audience. Like, for crying out loud, he has been in the game for 5 years and he's just featuring a Nigerian artist for the first time. For me, I feel like it's now his sound is bringing it to the Nigerian audience, really. Because after his first EP, the second EP was freestyles of trap and all that. And if I can remember, that was like the first Nigerian project first Nigerian trap project to be #1 on Apple Music. Like, these are facts there. So it's not like his sound has been made for the Nigerian audience. It has not been that way. Right? So for Rema, it's different. But this project, I feel like it will do well here compared to maybe the last project that did well. It did well here, but did more outside. But this particular project, the way it's sounding, the whole match, the whole East African thing and all that, I feel like it's going to cater for even, like, I feel like he's pushing his main craft now to this place compared to how he has been pushing his other projects.
Okay.
Ravage, there's no song on Ravage EP that really sounds like what the Nigerian audience will really consume. But yeah, it did his own bit. And yes, to correct what I heard concerning the biggest song on the album, on the project, the biggest song on that project was DND. DND was the biggest
It's
song on that
DND,
project.
yeah, it
That's
is.
just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Pixel almost had us fact checking and throwing up for some of the stats you were mentioning, but appreciate
I'm still throwing up.
appreciate you, bro. I think we have LC and then we hear from Lost Boy. Yeah. Hey
Hi.
LC, hi, welcome to
I'm
the
good.
space.
How are you?
I'm
How's your
doing
day
well,
going?
doing well. I know you've been reacting next to Gingerbread with the thumbs down,
Yeah.
so you definitely have a lot to say. So what are you saying? What are you feeling
I'm
about the
gonna keep it
conversation?
quick. I'm gonna keep it really quick, anyways.
Yeah.
What I want to say is that the recent Rema snippets that I've heard, honestly sounds like a natural progression from Ravage. Like, I really don't understand why it's polarizing to people, because for me it sounds like a natural progression. Like, you heard Ravage and you could see that he was kind of going in that direction, not just sonically but branding as well.
Yep.
And I feel like that's one thing that a lot of people are missing with Rema. Like, it's not just the music, it's the branding as well. He started out with the boy next door image, like, and now he's obviously like his approaching his mid-20s. So there obviously
Rave
has to
Lord,
be a
that
whole.
Rave Lord thing he said.
Pardon?
Sorry, what was that?
Rave Lord, that Rave Lord.
Yeah, exactly. So there obviously has to be a whole rebranding that, and I feel like he's pulling that off well. Now, all the commentary that I've heard, like saying he doesn't cater to Nigerian audience, are we listening to the same thing? Like, Rema's music is Nigerian music. Like, if you like, I don't really understand why people are like, oh, he doesn't cater to Nigerian audience. Like, bruh, if you're someone that listens, and I'm speaking as someone that has been on the inside and is currently on the outside and consumes a lot of music on a daily. Yes, there's some experimentation here and there. Yes, there are influences that are like foreign to some degree. Yes, Western, exactly. But it's Nigerian music. Like, are you going to tell me that you listen to, like, let's just put his most recent project, like Ravage EP. I'm gonna tell me that you heard like Red Potion, you heard DND, and you heard Don't Leave, and you were like, oh, this is not Nigerian at all, man. Like, this is so foreign to my ears. Like, it's Nigerian music. So I really don't understand what people are talking about. I feel like Rema makes music as a Nigerian, and obviously Nigerians are gonna resonate with that. And he also has Western influences in here that maybe someone like on the West can like resonate with. For example, like Addicted. I could see a Nigerian artist like Obong Jaya doing that same thing.
Yeah.
I feel like I could see him doing that same thing, but also the way he speaks, the way he delivers the song, it's Nigerian. So I don't really get that argument at all.
Can I respond to that argument real quick?
Yeah, sure.
And why people are saying it's not quote unquote Nigerian. I think it's one thing to have Nigerian elements, like your language, for instance. He's speaking raw pidgin. He's very much doing with the same like Afrobeats melodies that we've heard in a lot of ways. But with the production that he saw with Ravage, and just the overall texture of the sound. Like in a way, like there's a color that usual quote unquote traditional Afrobeats feels like, or the visuals, the feeling from it. Ravage was a very, very dark, like
I loved
synth,
it. I
like
loved
yeah, no,
I
I
loved the
loved it. I
darkness
loved it,
of it.
but
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, in the Nigerian landscape, that's very much not like that's counter to what is status quo in Nigeria. So when people say it's not necessarily Nigeria, they're really more speaking to the
So yeah,
to
don't
the
get me.
aesthetics, to
Yeah,
the
don't get me wrong. Like
yeah.
Rema, like I said, like he's pulled. Like for example, Ravage. To me, his delivery on there is Nigerian. Like
Yes,
I
no, I
listened to
agree. It
DND,
is.
and I listened to DND, and I was like, whoa, I could hear some influence. Like for example, like
Yeah.
from someone like Wande Cole, for example, I could hear that
Yep.
influence on a
Techno,
song like
even
exactly,
on Red
exactly.
Potion. It's there.
So
Trust me, it's
yeah,
there. It's
so I
just
could
that
I could still hear it, but I know that for example, like when it comes to production and sonics, you could see that he was playing around with like Western influences with the texture of the music and everything. But I still feel like
specifically the synths, like we don't get like as
yes,
dark
that's
synths
true.
like that
That's
on
true.
on the
But I
It's
feel
Nigerian
giving
like
we're
landscape.
about to get into an eerie movie, but we never
Yeah,
get there
it's
because the
he
vibes.
that's
he
facts
literally
actually.
dropped it on Halloween. Like it was supposed to be spooky.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be
Oh, that's true.
dark, and
Exactly.
like
And I feel
yeah,
like that's why it also comes to the branding of the whole thing.
right.
I feel like Rema is one artist that's extremely intentional. Like the music comes together with the branding. It's not one first, then the other. But like I said, I still feel like Ravage still had a very Nigerian delivery.
Sure.
But
Mhm.
Sonics maybe played around. But moving on from that point, really, a lot of people that use Calm Down as like, the standard for like Rema's music, it's a little crazy to me because I feel like people that really, really listen to Rema would not tell you that Calm Down is like his number one. Of course, when it comes to commercial success, sure. But like I feel like when it comes to just pure beautiful sonics, Rema Calm Down was very safe. It was an extremely safe song.
Yep.
Like so I really don't understand people using it as like a threshold, like Calm Down. When people say success, are they talking like commercial as per the numbers that Calm Down had? Or just sounding really good from a sonic standpoint. Then again, I think someone on this space said something is like people don't know what they want. And that's really fact. Like people don't know what they want. You have to show them what they want. And people using Calm Down as this threshold to judge Rema doesn't make any sense to me because it was safe by Rema standards. Like really from the start, like this boy has showed us that he's not gonna play by the rules. And Calm Down was very it's as like if for example like to me Calm Down, I love Rema, but I don't even find myself listening to Calm Down a lot. Like it really sounds like he just went in and be like, okay, you know what, I could give them a very easily digestible Afrobeats hit that everyone could sing along to. Let's make it easy. Let's make it a chorus that everyone can sing along to. Baby, calm down. And just cook that up in the studio. That's how Calm Down sounds to me. So I don't really understand people using that as a threshold. Finally, there's no formula when it comes to music. Like
Yeah, there isn't.
let the boy do his thing. Let him just like progress naturally. Like I said, this seems like a natural progression. I want people to
It is.
remember that if you listen to Rema's interviews, I don't know how many people do that, but he said that when he started making music, when he was first signed by Mavens, he didn't want to make Afro beats. That really wasn't his thing. Like he said that he was originally a rapper. Like that was his thing. So
Mhm.
that's why earlier on it was the freestyles in the car and everything else. So he just happened to be the talented person that he is, was able to venture into Afrobeats because the truth of the matter is that if you want to just pop through in Nigeria, you have to play the game. It is facts. Like you have to play the game.
Yep.
The Nigerian audience, I hate to say it, but like we're very, very limited in soundscape. Like Nigerian audience has the Nigerian general audience, and I'm not talking about music enthusiasts, but the Nigerian general audience. When you start to look at the things that get really popular in the country, you start to fear for the music taste of the people because it's just people just like very easily digestible, microwavable, quick stuff. And like, yes, that's why you have a song like Do Maybe being the biggest thing. That's why you have the other ones be, even though I feel like on that Rema EP, Do Maybe was the worst song. on there, in my opinion. So
Right.
like I believe that if you want to like get big in Nigeria, you have to play the game, and he's played the game, you know. But also, I think there was someone, I don't know if it was Gingerbread, I can't remember the name, so I'm not gonna say it, but someone was like, oh, he's a victim of like fast rising to fame. Like, is it the same Rema that we're talking about? Like
That
fast
was just a
rising
fact.
to fame? Because I feel like Rema, one thing about Rema, he's been extremely consistent. Like, how many EPs does that guy have? I know we're all talking, oh, his,
Yeah, it's a
you know,
lot.
Raven Rose's debut, but this guy has showed his ability to curate EPs on top EPs on top EPs. He's had a very consistent run, and it doesn't give quick rise to fame. Like, for example, you might say someone like Tyler is a quick rise to fame, but you can't put Rema under that same umbrella. It's just not the same thing. Like, you can't say Rema had a quick rise to fame.
Yeah.
It's someone that has been curating his sound, curating everything little by little,
And evolving.
and evolving. And if you go back to the deluxe, like if you heard Hove, you knew that this is the direction that the guy is going in. So I don't understand why people are feeling surprised. Like, oh, what's Rema cooking? What's he doing? And also, like, let's also just be realistic. The recent snippets, the he 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 and the Macham and the rest, all the snippets that he released very recently are still very Nigerian sounding. Like, what's everyone talking about? Saying, oh, you know, it's not really sounding, bruh. Are you going to come and play that in New York and be like, yeah, this is a New York anthem, like this is a foreign, this like, it's a like, bruh, those are like, bro, do you hear the drums? Very,
Yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
G influence in there. Like, you could hear that the guy knows his stuff. So people just, I feel like a lot of people online, when it comes to music conversations, keep quiet if you don't know what to add, because a lot of people just read other people's opinions and hear other people's stuff and just regurgitate, like just repeat it because someone else said it and they think it makes them sound smart. No, you don't sound smart, because music is about your ears. Music is not about what you hear other people say. Music is about what you listen to. So also, people also using charts in Nigeria. You want to use charts to measure what people are listening to? Are you actually being for real? Like using Apple Music charts to say Rema never went Apple Music. But when you go back to 2019, there's no way that you won't say Dumebi wasn't a top song of that year when it comes to airplay.
Yeah.
And that's someone that was in the country in 2019 and outside the country in 2019. Like, that song was played. It got to a point where I was like, I cannot escape this song. And that's like being in Nigeria. So for someone to start, you know, he was not on the Apple Music chart. You know, that's what, like, what exactly? What are you talking about? Like, that's not even valid in any way possible. Like, in Nigeria, you want to. How many people have iPhone?
It's
And you
Afro
want to
music,
use
yeah.
Apple Music chart to start measuring success. So
Now
that
12
makes that
megapixel
makes no
talk to
sense.
12 megapixel.
Charts
Leave
have
Pixel
never been
alone,
charts, and even if the whole population of Nigeria was using iPhones, charts have never been an indication of good quality music. Charts are
man.
only an indication of music that is easily digestible. That's really the fact. I've heard all Rema snippets. To be honest, the it sounded like an interlude to me, and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
hearing the full song, that it's an interlude basically. It sounded like something he just wants to use to kind of define,
Transition.
exactly, transition. It didn't really sound like a full song to me, and after hearing what dropped, that really confirmed my suspicions or whatever. But one thing I know is that I believe in Rema's ability. I believe that he's going to deliver. I did not expect the project. I'm going to be very honest. I thought Ravage just dropped too soon. I was expecting another EP, but
Ooh, I'm happy you didn't
surprisingly,
drop an EP. I'm
yeah,
so
like,
happy you didn't.
honestly, like, I don't know. Like, I personally feel like it's too soon. Like, this album,
Right.
I would have wanted an announcement for, like, let's say September, and then takes time to roll it out. That's what I would have
Oh,
expected.
okay,
But
that's what you mean. Like
yeah, that's what
it's
I
it's
mean. I
close
just
to
feel
the
like,
it's close to the
yeah, he
announcement.
just announced today. It's like, I'm dropping an
Yeah.
album Thursday. I'm
This
like,
week, yeah. Okay,
whoa,
I see what you
It's
like,
mean.
giving it's giving
yeah.
self-titled
Yeah,
Beyonce.
it's
Just
really
wake up
quick
one
for me.
morning.
It's
Yeah.
really quick for me. So that's the only thing that makes me a little worried,
Scared?
because I feel like music has some rules to marketing, and sometimes you might
Mm-hmm.
have to have a little bit more time to roll out a project. So that makes me a little worried for commercial success. But for Sonics, I trust Rema. I feel like he's going to deliver. I feel like Nigerians don't know what they want, and the same people that are talking on this space, I'm going to mark some of your faces. You guys are going to be the same people that are going to be like, oh wow, or even if you don't want to admit it, you check like you check with your headphones, you hide in your room and listen. But we all know the truth. Like the guy, he's talented, and I feel like no one can take that away from him. And I love the fact that throughout his entire career, he's someone that he's never been comfortable with one particular sound. Like whenever you think, I feel like if outside the box was a person, it'll be Rema. I feel like with every single release, he's managed to surprise me every single time. Like when you think he's hacked or perfected one specific style or sound, like because at a point there was a sound you could call even the Rema sound. You know, when you hear a song like Soundgasm, it's like the Rema sound, you know, when he do like his
The
Indian
inflections,
yeah, the melodies and everything. But when you think he's just hacked or perfected one thing, like he's on to the next thing. And I feel like that dynamic, like, you know, makes that's why he's really my favorite artist, you know, outside Nigeria right now. And finally, the person that was drawing whiskey comparisons, like there's no way you're being serious. Like I actually want to be like
a lot of these are
actually
Mr.
want to
Fact
be
shots.
I want to be extremely like I don't understand how like you're like a career timeline of when I started hearing Wizkid, when I first heard a Wizkid song, I want to say 2009, 2010. Maybe I'm mixing, maybe it's one of those 2 years. But like when you that time frame from that to Made in Lagos was 10 years.
Yeah.
Like so how is that even that doesn't make any sense. And also people forget that Wizkid after dropping Ayo, the next project wasn't as critically acclaimed. Like he actually had a time. What was it called? Sounds
from the other side.
Yeah, Sounds from the Other Side. Like it wasn't really critically acclaimed. Like a lot of people, it was really a project that went
They
under the
bashed it
radar.
though. They
Me
said
included.
it's rubbish that he's doing the
Yeah,
most.
Me included.
yeah.
will
Still
never
one of my
So
leads from him.
so
So
it was a
I will
project
not
that really
forgive.
went
He
like it
even
went
dropped
under
he
the
even he
radar.
even dropped EP that everybody is touting now, but when it first dropped,
Yes.
Yeah, so
S1.
so
Yeah.
God,
honestly,
I was
even
fighting for my
Wizkid and
life.
Wizkid's entire success had a point in his career. Even after the big Drake feature, had a point where he experienced a little dip.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to say is that like that doesn't define an artist at all. Even if Rema releases this and it's still that little dip, it doesn't say anything about his trajectory. Once again, I feel like I feel like the sky is the starting point for Rema, and like a lot of people say, my confidence level is on 300% for this project. Like, I
Okay.
feel like he's definitely gonna deliver, especially with the branding. I'm really excited to see what he does, you know, branding wise. I know Nigerians will say it's demonic. Everything is demonic, you know, devil.
Is
Everything
our
is
UK sisters actually.
um,
Talk to the UK.
but I love his branding. I feel like everything is cohesive, and I really can't wait for what he's gonna do.
All
But that's
right.
all I have to say.
All right. Appreciate that, LC.
Emmanuel.
Yeah, definitely
Can
add
you?
in. Yeah, I know Pixar wants to defend.
I'm not going to
Wants to
defend.
defend his honor.
I'm just going to say some. I'm just going to say some things that.
Make it quick, please, Pixar. This is your third go.
No,
I
because
love
like
you, bro.
I just it's actually very very funny because
Okay.
you know, there are some things that could have been put in better words, but I'll just let it slide, right? Because to be very honest, assuming she even said things that I said exactly, and probably I was even wrong, I would have been okay. That's even fine.
So,
But like,
what was
you didn't even
misconstrued?
get what.
What
So
was misconstrued?
I said that top 10 best songs of the year. I did not say Rema does not have a top 10 song on the same Apple
And
Music.
you think that's a better argument?
No.
But chill.
She
but
said
chill.
she said that in mind, though.
How does that? How is that a better argument? Like, how does that
No,
even make any sense?
I'm not saying it's a better argument. I'm just
So
saying
the best
it's
songs by
different.
whose standard? Pixel standards or
No,
who?
but Pixar, you were saying
I
the end of
just
the year
told-
list, right? That's what you're
God,
going
God.
by.
By who?
Exactly.
You're going by the end of the year list.
Oh, so that's really
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what he
See,
was going by.
actually-
But what
I
she said
actually
still
do not
applies to
believe-
it.
I actually did not believe that people actually take those kind of lists seriously. Like you're like that defines it. Like whoa, best of the year. Like
Yeah, the overall point is it's Apple Music in
I do not believe people
2019.
take
All
lists
right.
like that
Right?
seriously,
It's
but
Apple
more
Music
power
in
to you.
2019. It's
Okay.
no, but Pixar understand
But
that
chill.
her point is Apple Music in 2019. It's not all encompassing for Nigerian music
But
consumption.
It's simply
but
not.
but that's the thing now. I did not say only 2019. I said from 2019 to 2023.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Like
sir, but that
literally.
doesn't really better your argument. It does not
Okay.
better your
Okay.
argument.
All
Okay.
right, no problem.
All right.
So
All right.
which streaming platform? No, but you, but Ima, please,
Yeah.
please, I beg. I know that I'm kind of pushy now, but I really want to understand, right?
Mhm.
Because it's almost seeming like you know,
Let me
at the end of
ask
the
you a
day,
question. Let me
you are
ask you a
going.
question, Pixel. Let me ask you a question,
Okay.
Pixel. Did
Okay.
you see Apple Music's like best albums ever list that they did recently? Did you pay attention to that when it was happening?
Yes, I did.
So are
I
you
saw
going to
it.
say that because they told you that this album was the top 5 album,
Okay.
you're like, that is gospel?
To be fair,
Like,
he's
you
not
believe that
going by
100%.
that. He's not going by.
But like, can you imagine?
No,
Like, just
he's going by the end of the year
imagine
list.
you can see what I'm saying.
But that's
Okay,
what
now
the same thing I'm asking.
no, like to be very fair, right? They are rating the 100 best album of all time.
Who is
Like
rating?
probably like half. I was not even born when they released them, so like it cannot even make sense.
No.
Like,
Okay, let's not.
wait, like it or not. No, what I'm even trying to say. Chill.
Okay.
The thing is, whether you like it or not, right? You are going to use a particular metric. Okay, Nigerians don't use Apple Music. Oh, you're fine. Most Nigerians use Audiomack. How are Rema's numbers on Audiomack?
I didn't even
How
mention
are his
Audiomack here,
numbers
so I don't even
on
understand what you're
Boomplay?
talking about.
No.
Like,
Okay.
literally,
Okay.
we have to use matrix.
I beg,
In the
man,
Nigerian,
save
if
Pixel,
I talk about
save
Nigerian,
Pixel,
for
Okay.
save
example.
Pixel.
Okay.
Justice for Pixel, please.
So okay. Okay. So
Save Pixel,
okay. So
please, save
Pixel is trying to somehow rein in the message of Rema is not big in Nigeria. Which
No, that's
no. No. I'm oversimplifying what you're trying to say, but
no, I'm not saying that.
But
I'm not
even with the
saying he's not big in
oversimplification,
Nigeria. How bad?
okay,
Which
Like
one they talk?
it's
Bro, that's
okay.
not what he's
This
saying.
okay. This was what I'm going to say now. It's just like saying.
I knew I was
Thames-
oversimplifying it.
It's just like saying Thames is not big in Nigeria.
Yeah,
That
that's
sounds
valid.
weird.
No, that's valid, right?
But no. But like
That's more valid than the Rema.
Let me tell you something. When
No,
Thames came on, when
most
Thames
of
came
our
on to the
numbers are
scene,
outside. It's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
when
he's
Thames-
not big.
when
I'm just saying
Thames-
most of the numbers
when Thames
are
came
outside.
onto the
Okay.
scene,
Okay,
when an
okay,
artist
let's
like
not.
Thames came onto
Like
the scene, let's
literally,
think
it's
of
not
songs
difficult to consume.
Okay,
But what I'm
okay,
saying
guys,
is that- what I'm
let's
saying
move
is
on.
that-
Let's move on from it. I
Okay,
think we
you
spent
know what?
enough time with
For the sake of
Pixel.
Emmanuel,
Can I-
I'll move on.
can I-
No, because we actually
Fine.
have other speakers, and Pixel, this is like,
Please, can I
yeah,
say
we're having a good
something?
conversation, but definitely I feel like, yeah, once we play this back, we'll see what both speakers are trying to convey, and I hope we can conclude on that when we're listening back. So appreciate LC and Pixel for the conversation there, man. Yeah, I don't know. I know Lost Boy hasn't gone yet.
Ima, before Lost Boy go,
Yeah.
I just wanted to send a message across to those people that are saying Rema's imagery is witch, kiniko. I just want to sound it again. Go and watch the video for Beanie Boys. You will see it again in the Beanie Boys video where the bats were flying. This one live, direct, they were flying. You know, said capture rivers. See them and then they fly. So they were flying in Benin because they shot it in Benin.
Yeah.
So for people who don't know Benin, bats they fly.
Bats they fly,
Benin.
normal. Thank you so
So
much for
normal.
that
So
context.
na normal thing. No, I know I'm now.
Yes, for sure. Appreciate that, Ginger. Lost Boy hasn't had a chance yet.
Yeah. I have to just first start by saying justice for Gucci Snake. I will not tolerate any Gucci Snake slander anywhere. Please, that's a Nigerian classic. Nobody can come here and tell me that
Gucci Snake, beg.
What's that?
Oh, is it somebody was slandering Gucci Snake?
It was really a banger, I swear to God.
Yes.
It really
Oh,
was.
nine.
I
Oh,
promise
wait,
you.
was it a slander?
That yes, when I became to tell him that he doesn't know how Slim Case
Got a song with Wizkid.
I don't understand.
Hello.
But Slipcase was hot that year.
It
Like,
was,
it was really fucking hot. Like,
Someone
it was
that
hanging
did
out with
so-called
everybody that year.
Please.
Anyway.
That's how to start. Secondly, O9V also came in and said, oh, they want to shift the Nigerian soundscape to something more danceable. So what was Legbegbe and Gucci Snake in all those periods? I don't understand. If you are just confused, that's what I want to say. If you are just confused.
And coding diet.
That's one. Two, Pixel, please, if I mention any metrics, don't be mentioning Apple Music between the periods of 2019 to even
Let's
date
move on.
itself.
Let's move on. Let's move
You
on
can
with this Apple
manipulate
Music,
Apple
man.
Music. Please, Apple Music is
Please,
not
I
a
beg, free my,
reliable.
I beg, free my nigga Pixel, bro. Let's move on.
Pixel is fighting for his life.
Please. Let's move
That
on.
is second. Then third, if you are going to be surprised about this album, first of all, the first things first is Rema is in Mavins. So depending on how experimental you want to experiment, Don Jazzy will still drawing back to
tame him.
To Bedu, no, as in there will be
Bedu.
Bedu. That's what it
There
is.
is
Rema Roses.
there is Bedu inside.
pushing
Benin
calm
Boys
down.
is not the only Bedu inside. That one thing.
Yeah.
There's Amapiano. There's Bedu. There is everything I want to find there. If people are looking for you find it there. If you are looking for bounce, you find it there. If you are looking for addicted, this is Rave and Roses Part 2. Sorry, I have a cough. This is Rave and Roses Part 2. So
sorry.
Just accept whatever you are going to see there. He's never going to go as crazy as Ravage because this is an album and not an EP.
He's gonna balance it, is what you're saying.
Yes, he's going to balance it.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Got it.
So everybody is saying, they're afraid. Whatever you like, you will find it inside that Rema's album. And I'm actually surprised that it's an album because at first I thought it was an EP. Then I'm also like of the opinion that when I saw the announcement, US date format is very stupid.
Yeah.
I was confused. Like, are you saying 7th of November or what? Like, why are you saying? Then it was like next week.
This week.
The powers that be in the industry, sir, they have probably cleared everything. So
yeah.
So let us wait for that.
I don't even know if we're gonna get a track list, but
they said
that boy now we can drop it by 2 a.m.
So apparently that track list wasn't original.
Was it original? I don't know because
like wasn't official, not original. Sorry, it wasn't official. Yeah. Apparently it was cap.
Because myself I was confused because
I saw an Odumodu feature somewhere.
Myself I was confused.
Yeah, it was the Odumodu feature and I think just Odumodu and Shadi Poppy. I think.
Right.
I think Odumodu is actually on it though. For real.
Has that been confirmed? I mean,
yeah, like he has posted something about like him like mouthing the lyrics.
We'll
see.
Then I'm also of the opinion that how do I want to put it? Rema is the most confident artist of his time right now. Because like I feel like I'm not of the opinion that Rema is the most talented. I'm just of the opinion that he is the most confident. Yes. Mm-hmm. The reason why I say I'm the opinion that he's the most confident is that there is nobody, even Almighty Bonner, that everybody's saying, that will drop he. Nobody.
It's actually he.
Or he.
We've had like
nobody. Nobody.
Everybody has said different versions. It's actually
There's nobody that will drop it. Do you know why?
Okay,
Afrobeats right now is a momentum game. Like, do you understand? Like, everybody's pushing on momentum after momentum. Like nobody wants to
take risk.
And like even Bonner for the past 4 albums.
Yep, it has been safe.
It's the same sound.
It's been safe.
Even the sound of Redemption, and like he has not gone experimental. Like, is it because he did this Bob Marley's Grandchild song that he has been doing reggae? It's not the first time. If he's hip hop, he has been doing hip hop. It's not also his first time. If it is R&B, like it is the same sound. Nobody is taking it like, let us go and venture into the unknown scenes and see if Nigerian markets would like it. Nobody. I'm talking about on the mainstream level, not like on individual pockets of
and choice of
nature.
singles too. You have to
Yes,
emphasize
yes,
choice
yeah,
of
and choice
singles
of
to
singles.
make your
Yeah,
point, because
yeah.
people will throw
So
you deep cuts right now
no,
just to
no, no,
shut
no,
you
no,
down.
no. Like deep cuts are okay. Like people have deep cuts. I'm not saying people have not pushed
Yeah,
boundaries or
focus
whatever.
tracks.
Yeah, nobody's dropping. Yeah, you have a sophomore album, and after Beanie Boys, you are dropping he he. Maybe it's he or he he whatever.
Yeah,
You're dropping
Is it
it
Chi?
HEHE. You are dropping it as a focus track
shout out to
single.
Dante, man.
Even when Asake did it with Yoga, when they came for this new release, and I thought we were going to do it again with Fuji Extravaganza. Did he do it? No, he gave
He
us
gave us
Uza.
a
Nobody's like
this nigga said he gave us Rosa. Yeah, he took the safer route. Yes.
Yeah,
yeah, like everybody's building momentum. Everybody's trying to like. I
ride a
know,
wave.
yes, I know fully well that they are not looking at that track and saying, "Oh, we expect this track to to
Do
to
numbers.
Yeah.
to do numbers." He probably just was stubborn and was like, "If people, no matter what people tell me, I'm just going to do it like that." And the Nigerian market is going to eat it, regardless of that I like it or not. And that's why I like Rema, and that's why whatever he gives me, I will eat, because he's giving me because he
Yo.
wants to give me. He's not following the, like, obviously you have to follow the market and all that, but he's choosing to rebel. And for a young artist, right, in the, like, for me, I just like rebellion music. I just like people not conforming.
Right.
Afro
I just
rebellion.
like I just like
No
just
Afro
be
rebellion.
like, why must you follow the crowd? Like, just be yourself. Like, just be different. Like, just do something that like makes you stand out. Because in a world of 100 artists, I'm not even going to lie. If I listen to your song and it sounds like Rema, or it sounds like,
Victoni.
and it doesn't give me something, like, you don't add your own flavor. Do you understand? It's just like copy and paste. Nobody will give a fuck about you. You might have like one or two popping singles because people will pop it because they think it's from that artist, which is the also the marketing strategy. But after that, like, what else do you have to offer to everybody else? Nothing. So I like what Vema is doing.
And
The,
your confidence
the
level, how would you rate it about
like,
the next project?
for someone to drop Ravage EP, right? Your confidence level is 1,000. Forget Ravage EP.
I'm saying for you.
He's asking your own confidence. You
Okay,
you
my
confidence
confidence
that
level
the
in the
project
album.
the album would strike that balance, and be a success, and as well push the envelope sonically.
Okay, so now my confidence level about the balance is now where I have an issue with. Now, for in terms of his branding in the last 1 year, yeah, in terms of his branding, even the Beanie Boys video and all, I don't really think Rema is going to shoot a Dubedu kind of video.
He cannot shoot a Dumebi kind of video.
Yeah, so that's my point.
That's
like,
not
he
possible.
might drop a Dumebi type of record, but like, I'm not sure whether he would like, do you understand? Like, I'm not sure he would want to.
He won't promote that particular sound if he drops it.
Yes. Yes. Like, he might do it for doing its sake, but like, he would not do it all the way. Or I feel like he's not going to like take it all the way.
Right.
To he's just going to do like the one that he wants to do, and those are like from his trajectory, and those are looking like his focus tracks.
Gotcha.
The other ones, the Bedu is now looking like the fillers. How do I want to put it? The Bedu is now looking like the deep cuts.
The deep cuts.
Do you understand? Like, before, people will put the Bedu as the front facers, then put the ones that they love as like the deep cuts. Like, oh, people that want to like it, and people that will actually like it. Like, you know, when you're having an interview with an artist, you now mention one particular song. I'm like, I actually love that song, but I didn't tell anybody. But like, I fought for it to be there. Do you understand? But
anyway,
but this one is the one that he loves, that is promoting as the focus tracks. Then the Bedu, But like I feel like due to like there's a way he can because even in the Wave and Roses he promoted like songs like Fetch Young Nigga, which are not really like bedu type of songs, but still pop in a way. Do you understand? So I think that if there are songs like that, he would, because there are songs on Wave and Roses that I've bedu like, and he didn't shoot videos for. There's this one, Joe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Joe,
yeah.
Oroma Baby, and
Yes.
a
There's
few
this
others
one that
like that.
starts with M. There's a song that starts with M. What's that?
Mara.
Mara, yes.
Yes. See,
Mara too. Even
I'm sure
even
that
Run Away.
I'm sure that
Highlight.
Don Jazzy was probably vexing in the studio, like, you must shoot video for this thing, and you're like, no, never. I will not do it.
That's what I
I will
said.
not do it.
Jazzy has tweeted it himself. They don't like to force him to do what he doesn't want to do, and he just
Because
gave coconut head. So
yeah. So like all those type of like deep cut Bedu songs, there is nobody that will have those songs and will not shoot. Like, how will you not shoot a video for Oma Baby? Is a typical Nigerian like TikTok banger.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Like
Yeah.
there's not like is a no brainer for a pop record, but they are promoting songs like Charm, and people will come and say Charm was Charm is a kind of like a simple Afrobeat record, but simple in a Rema type of way, not simple in a typical like Afrobeat safe pattern. Do you understand? Like when I mean Afrobeat safe pattern, the key word I would just use to bring refresh everybody's memories. What is this song that David just jump on? Ngozi or
Ogechi.
So
This guy wicked.
if you compare the soundscape of Ogechi and you compare the soundscape of Charm, they are still Afrobeats. I'm not denying that they're not Afrobeats.
Yeah.
But you can see the polarizing like
Yeah.
But if you compare those ones with the Orua Baby and the Runaway and the Joe, you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's a range.
Yeah. So me, I'm confident of what Rema is going to give.
Gotcha.
I don't believe I don't believe Pixel that says that Rema is not big in Nigeria or his audience is not.
Okay,
This
can we leave
Justice for
Pixel?
Pixel,
Let's leave
please.
Pixel, man.
Let me tackle Pixel on that. Let me just tackle that
We've heard
notion.
enough tackle.
No. Now we're in the streaming era. We have approximately estimated 200 million people in Nigeria. My father and mother are on TikTok. They don't pay for Apple Music. They still listen to the songs. They are on. They don't pay for any streaming platforms. They still ask me, Asake has dropped again. They still hear it. They still hear it on the radio. They still hear it on other
TV.
platforms. Even like you have to understand that streaming culture in Nigeria is like they've been fighting this battle for the last 5 years. It's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different conversation if you want to get into it. Most of the streaming numbers would always be outside Nigeria. And even though they are outside Nigeria, you have to understand that the Nigerians in diaspora are also a lot.
Yeah.
So even those Paris numbers, 50% are Nigerians or Africans.
Mm-hmm.
Even the London numbers, London self is just
second and
Lagos.
Yeah,
it's just Lagos.
Lagos part two. Lagos part two.
Peckham is Oshodi. Just the same.
Peckham
Forget.
Oshodi is crazy, man.
Like, so they are still like Nigerians in diaspora. So you can't because of the Afrobeat to the world changed because Nigerians in diaspora and other nationalities could access Nigerian music through the streaming platforms, and most artists were making are now making money from streaming. In the West,
and not people carrying CDs, and not before that people are carrying CDs abroad to sell it.
We are making money from streamings. In the West, they are complaining that streaming money, they are not making money. You can see that the conversation is just different. V Staples is coming out to say they're not making money for Spotify. Nigerians are chasing 1 billion streams. Like everybody is fighting different battles. Do you understand? Like so, there's the conversations and the nuances are all different. So please,
All
Rema is Big Four and Ashake is 2022, Rema is 2019. Ashake is good though, but Ashake is hot too. She vibe is hot too. But please, let's know what we're talking about.
All right.
Thank
All
you very
right.
much.
Thank you so much, guys. I think we're getting to a point where we are rounding up the space. About to hit the 4 hour mark soon.
Please,
But
can
yeah.
I quickly say something first?
Sorry, who has hand up? Is that
Icon.
Icon? Okay, Icon, and who else is here that hasn't spoken?
Folatoye, have you
Folatoye.
said it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Icon.
All right.
What's up, bro?
So, I would just like, everyone has actually said most of what I want to say. LC, Chief, Lost Boy said a lot of things I agree with, apart from the Bonner part, but we are talking about Rema, so I would leave that one. Now, the thing is, Rema as a word means gospel. So already the boy is like is a gospel on his own. Now, right from the first day Rema came on the Afrobeat scene, there's something he said in an interview, which from that day I knew that okay, this one is a special breed. He said he hasn't dropped any song prior to Dumebi, and his first song he's telling you another banger. From that one alone, you already know that this one full-time weary. He's a creator. He's an experiential artist. Experiential in the fact that it is what he lives in that moment that he puts out. Then he's an experimental artist in the sense that he's tapping sounds from different places.
Wait, what word was that?
I said he's an experimental artist and he's an experiential artist as per his experiences. That which lends credence to Lost Boys argument, Lost Boys point.
Like he experiences things.
Like what is experiencing, like his present experience.
Sorry, Icon, just like add to what you said. You know, I don't know if everybody remembers, there was a time he fought with Neptune for putting out a song.
Yes,
because
now
he said the song was old. He doesn't put out songs that are old. If he has grown past that experience, it's not really
Got you.
Exactly. So that's what lends credence to Lost Boys' point that at this point, that's what the experiential is talking about. The whole big three conversation, the whole big four conversation. Now he's telling you that Monday morning you are talking about him, he's making money, he's laughing at you, and he's telling you that it's part of the big four. That's momentum. That's hitting it in the heat of the moment. Now with the experimental part, I don't know how people even tend to look at, like, imagine what Rema wants to bring. Honestly, if not for my friend who tagged me to that snippet, I don't look forward to Rema's snippet because I don't even want to even think of what the whole project will be about. Just bust my head. He has that grace. He has the audacity. He will do it. There's no two ways about it. But there's something someone said, I've forgotten his name now on the space, and it was like, this is a chance for Rema to top what he did with Rave and Roses, that if he doesn't do it, it will affect his confidence. Now, there's something I say about creators, like good standard creators for the art of it. I'm not sure Rema is someone that will be concerned with, okay, I did Rave and Roses, it was that big, this one has to be bigger. No. The fact that you are putting out the art alone is a success.
It's an achievement?
It's an achievement on its own. It doesn't need to be bigger than Calm Down. I'll just derail a little bit. Luis Fonsi said something when asked about doing another song like Despacito. He said songs like that are like hitting the jackpot. It comes only once in a lifetime. It might never happen again. Rema might never get another 2 billion plus stream song for the rest of his career. Calm Down will just, you understand?
And Whiskey.
Just be that, and Whiskey too. It will just be that standout. But what will happen is that with growth, with aging, with evolution, everybody would look back at that song as a particular moment, but you would still do better. Calm Down Self is not even my top 20 Rema songs of all time. I can't even, personally, I don't even like the song. It's like a nursery school anthem, but I don't know how music is the ones that, I don't know, it's the ones that give me the most, I don't know, baby feeling, that always get the most hype. I don't know why. There are way better songs than that. Me now, for this particular album, what I want from Rema, what I expect from him, is a properly cooked world tour
that ends in Benin this December. That is what I'm expecting of him. I'm not even going to bother about the numbers. If all the people that are saying Rema does not favor Nigerian market, bro, Rema won HEIS as at 2019. That was when he
Next
made that
rated.
statement. Next rated, that I am the future. He has been living that dream since then. So Pixels, what Pixel is saying, I don't even get it, and I don't even want to get it. I don't want to derail too much. But for now,
Sorry, Pixel also
what he has
Pixel
done
should
now.
deactivate.
That's I don't even want to stress him too much. But what he has done now, for this year, the albums we were expecting first from January was Fireboy's album. Now Rema has just come in a week and has overtaken Fireboy by dropping his own project before him. Ashake also announced, I think last month or last 2 months, with Lungu Boy. Yeah, and he has already put out a word tour. That's what I want. The whole deal with Universal Music. I think Rema's major cities are outside of Nigeria are Paris and India. Now, and Paris, India, London, because he has done O2. So now I want more cities for him. This is a guy that can actually go to anywhere.
He also has
I don't
Europe.
know, like,
He also
okay,
has
so
the rest of Europe.
let me even bring something back.
Yeah, he mentioned the spaces, guys. He mentioned the spaces.
Let me bring something back. There was an interview I watched where he was talking with Crayon. This is about the song that you guys were saying, the East African song. He said before he goes anywhere to perform, he does a culture study or something. That he goes to a village or a city there, goes to where they do music there, understand how they do their music. Like, is it chanting? Is it more of chanting? Is it more of lyrics? Is it more of incantations? Their instruments? And he does this with London. Like him and London were part. I don't know if it's Scotty's video or something. So that whenever he performs, he gives that city what they like to hear. So the way he would perform in Lagos or the way he would perform in Benin is different from the way he would perform in Kenya. This is a true creative. This is a true creator. This is an experimental artist. The craft is totally in sync. Lost Boy is doing one thing which I find very funny. The way he's saying, Rema might be telling Don Jazzy this, Rema might be telling Don Jazzy that. Bro, no matter as you stop on reach, now live and sign you. All those ones that he's doing, to me, I feel it's just branding. But it fits the brand because he's a rebellious character and he has to suit. If he doesn't even start from home, as he said, charity begins at home. So he has to start from the label. That aura of the boy does what he wants has to be created there. If it's true, if it's not, we shall see it for what it is.
Yeah.
But for concerning this project, there's one thing I would also say. Rema is the only artist now from this new age that wants that title of that big four. He might not even, if we really want to look at it here, some people might argue that he might not be worth it. But then I always say something. Would you give a crown to somebody who does not want to be king? Of course not. If he wants it, he's going for it. He's saying it. So he is it.
He's proclaiming it.
And that's the name of this EP. He is. Whatever he says he is, that's what he is. He's the future, he's the gospel. 7-Eleven. Rema is busting her head steady. Nothing, any number where we define. Me, I just want world tour. By the time we start seeing Rema performing most of the songs on his previous projects, then we would know the beauties this boy has been creating. If anybody watched that O2 show, I remember he dropped Ravage before that O2 show. I was discussing with my friends that, bro, imagine being in O2 and Red Potion comes up. Under your legs, what you would feel in that arena at that point in time. Even we watching on phone, even we streaming it, we can't feel it. He has done songs that would go crazy. When we see him performing it, we know that this boy said he has dropped massive singles. So if anybody wants to judge it by commercial success, I don't judge music by commercial success, just by what I hear, what I feel, and who I know that this artist is. And Rema, is the future. As he said, it's another banger. Whether an album, whether an EP, everything go shall enter. That's just my own take.
Dope. Thank you so much, Icon. Falatoye, real quick, just to round us up. What are you
Yeah,
saying, bro?
Yeah, I won't take too much time at all. Just to continue from where he stopped, like I feel like that was the same thing that happened with Charm. when he dropped Charm, it wasn't really a song that was popping in terms of streaming and all that. But when people saw videos of him perform it in like Eastern Europe or something, then people started looking at the song a little different. So, but for the album, what I think is that number one, Rema will always have top tier production. Like this guy works with London. Sorry,
And P Prime.
yeah, and P Prime. But like London is his like right hand man. I kind of grew up with him, and this guy has always been like a standout guy in terms of music.
So you grew up with
music
who?
and
London?
yeah, London.
Nice.
Yeah, just on the side. Yeah, so like they would always try different things, experiment, and like the production level, you would literally hear that this thing is like pushing uh the needle, like you guys have been saying. And then also I think the real issue that I've like kind of seen with Rema's music like recently has been with like the in quotes Lamba style of delivery. Like he started that, like he really doubled down on that on the last EP. Like he had been doing it before. Don't get me wrong. Like he sings a lot of things that people don't know. Yeah, exactly. But like right now he's just going off doing a lot of things, and it worked perfectly for the Ravage EP because it was literally Ravage and Carnage. So when you now mix that with like top tier production, you have something that just gets you in a mood, and it's not really about what he's talking about, but it's just the experience of the music. Now people are scared that he would do that, in the album that is dropping soon, and the songs he has previewed already kind of show this a similar pattern. But I don't know, I think we can always just wait, and we really do not know what's going to happen. But one thing about Rema is that he believes in that philosophy that there is really no formula to this thing, so he's just going to do his own thing. And everybody will have to accept it. And just to round up, I feel like that self-belief and confidence he has really brought him this far. Like obviously coupled with a lot of would I say luck, or like good things happening for him, the label he found himself in and all that. He has always had the opportunity to have mass appeal, at the same time the opportunity to experiment and do his own thing. And I think that is just what is working for him. And even the like global audience, they will have to come to terms with it, because a lot of them feel like, oh, he has dropped Calm Down, he has dropped Charm, they want to hear more of that kind of music. But then they'll come to realize that this guy is just Rema. And I feel like in 20 years we'll look back and truly see his evolution. And then one more thing, I feel like Rema doesn't go back on what he does. Like if you check it well, he has dropped songs like Peace of Mind, he has dropped songs like Do Maybe, and even songs like Woman. I feel like Woman marked that kind of rave and like Rema kind of style of artistry. But he never went to those kind of styles of music. Once he's done with a particular phase, he's off. Just like the former speaker said, he's a very experiential person. So yeah, I feel like that's what I wanted to chip in.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I think a lot of people agree with those last two submissions. I think it's fair to say that he is building on what he has kind of established with Ravage, and yeah, he is going to take on this mantle upon himself to be that guy that shifts the ecosystem to another trajectory, which I think he's going to play that role. He's one of the more progressive mainstream acts that we do have. So I've always seen him in that role, and I always say I've seen Afrobeats in the spectrum. There's people that are eventually going to like basically they hold up the mantles of the genre when it comes to the style, when it comes to the heritage of many of the genres, and there are people that are always trying to push and always trying to rediscover or reinvent the wheel. And Rema has been one of those forward-thinking mainstream acts, honestly, and I believe he's going to attempt to do that yet again on an album scale. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm confident that he's going to strike a balance. Yes, it's one thing to be the forward-thinking like mainstream acts, but at the same time, you're still gonna have to play some games, in order to like at least to still show and and make an impact that, again, because as a pop act, the currency is literally in your hits. His currency is literally in your hits. So he has the incentive to want to make something that is still somewhat conservative to the soundscape, that is more conventional to the soundscape, and at the same time, still want to like move it forward. So it's a matter of balance, and we'll see how far he can go with the balance on this new album. I'm anticipating it. I'm excited about it, and I'm sure many of you are. And next week we will be back on the same space, to revisit this conversation, and we'll see how it goes. I will see how the first listen reaction will be for you guys. Of course, I'm gonna be streaming it on Twitch on live. So if you're not tapped into my Twitch live streams, for sure, definitely plug in. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this weekend, and how we enjoy this new Rema album. And anyway, appreciate you guys. We want to talk about the burner songwriting thing, but we don't have time. Right, kind of ran out of time, but appreciate everyone that's been able to contribute to the conversation. We'll hope to see you guys next Monday, same time, 5 o'clock ET, 11 West African time. So appreciate you guys, and have a good week ahead. Peace. Shout out YouTube. Appreciate you guys on YouTube. Much love. Ha is the moral of the day. Nah, I feel that. Appreciate you guys, man.